a playoff run. Similar for Mervox. For Mervox, I believe it is rather do or die. It's because they're, you know, one of the only teams apart from Carstensz who don't have 3 series wins. So if they don't win here, they are most likely going to be eliminated. We'll see how it all ends up once we have all our group stage matches played out. But Mervox, speaking about the draft, they pick up a Slordor and the Gyrocopter. Meanwhile, Roar, they have that Tiny and that Timbersaw. A lot of damage coming up from Roar's lineup. They played the Tiny, I believe, yesterday against Carstensz. Took Carstensz down in a clean sweep fashion, right? 2-0'd Carstensz, 34 minutes game with their Tiny. And they also had a Templar Assassin in that game that wouldn't be all that bad this time around too, especially when you have the Timbersaw. So let's see what they go for. It does seem like Butterfly Effect finds his stride in picks like this Tiny, where he can be a playmaker without too many items. All the Tiny really needs is that Blink Dagger. Shadow Shaman is going to be a bit of a sore in Roar's back because you have that instant cost time shackle. Once you get to your 15 facet, you also have your break mechanism coming in with your Hex that will be really good against a Timbersaw, and just a pretty good way to initiate onto Roar's heroes at the, with your Slordor. Without your Slordor, rather, actually, without your Slordor, it doesn't really seem like their initiation would do much. So, definitely with your Slordor, and your Gyrocopter, hopefully. But we'll see if this Gyro is going to be a support, because I don't really wager this Gyro to be a support. I think it should just be a Gyro carry. Having a 4 Gyro against Roar's tanky heroes, not to mention Warlock comes in with a sustain, may not be the right idea, but Roar is thinking about what they want to pick up for their carry. They can go for the last pick on the carry, because it will be a scenario where there are going to be 4 carry heroes banned by Mervox if Roar go for a support right now. So they will definitely opt for it right now and probably ban out that anti-mage while they're at it. I know that you have the Gyrocopter on the other side, but the Gyrocopter, you know, limited flex potential, but can play the position 4. So just take out the anti-mage. Even though the anti-mage doesn't really do well against the Timbersaw, the Timbersaw comes in with pure damage, not magical, so the anti-mage's counter spell resistance does not do anything. But Mervox, they have to think about how they want to target this Medusa. Windranger is certainly a possibility, is in the current hero pool, is an S tier carry, and if you just create a Diffusal Blade with that Focus Fire, you can burst this Medusa down from 100 to a 0 in less than 2 seconds. And I think that should just be the way that they go about it. So Roar probably should realize that the Windranger ban is looking really good here. Mervox don't even have to play a carry Windranger, really. They can send the Windranger down towards the mid lane. They have that Slordor, they have that Gyrocopter. So just play a mid lane Windranger would certainly come in handy. So Roar, let's see who they'll ban. Phantom Lancer. Illusions do not burn mana anymore, so Phantom Lancer isn't really a good pick against the Medusa any longer. Meanwhile, any hero that has illusions they don't burn mana anymore with the Diffusal Blade. So Terror Blade is also not that good of a pick against Medusa.
5 seconds remaining.
So I would imagine a Pangolier or a Windranger ban should be in the works by Roar. Now we'll see if they opt for that. We'll see if they ignore it completely, but does seem like a Tidehunter being banned up. Pretty interesting. Not exactly too sure if the Tidehunter ban is warranted here. Sure, it's a really strong hero in the current meta, perhaps one of the most broken heroes in the current meta, but Mervox, they need someone to burn mana, and they need someone to burn mana effectively with their limited initiation. Sure, they have the Slordor and the Shaman, but that initiation isn't going to be lasting very long. They can't hold the front line very long against this Tiny and that Timbersaw, this Medusa, this Warlock. So much AoE damage, so much burst potential. Now, if Mervox don't go for the Windranger, I think their lineup is going to be pretty weak against Roar. Roar have so much frontline, so much of a buffer for their Medusa, despite this awkward Warlock Medusa combination where the Shadow Word doesn't really heal the Medusa, right? But Roar will actually decide to pick up the Windranger themselves. taking it away from Murvox, and that has to hurt. Murvox are going to be at a bit of a loss right now, thinking about what they can possibly do, but you still do have the Pangolier option open, right? The Pangolier is nerfed to the ground though, so he has barely a 30% win rate in the in the Dota buff stats. So are they going to go for a hero that isn't really doing all that well? Even teams like OG, who are a bit of a Pangolier, who are Pangolier specialists, don't do well. Instead, Murvox will opt for an Invoker, and it should be a Quaswex Invoker just to be able to burn away the mana from the Medusa. But right now, Kui wants to be going for that Exort. He has the Agent of Galaron facet picked up. I don't know if he will switch it around. Now, theoretically, you can play with the Agent of Galaron and still go Quaswex. But that's just theoretically. No one's done it because they're not insane like me. But I very much prefer Roar's draft in this one, taking a look at it. Sure, it's a Wind Ranger support, but Shackle is going to be a valuable factor in this game. You can instantly break that Shadow Shaman Shackle, despite of Playhard playing a hero that he is really good with. The Shadow Shaman, I have seen him play with these kinds of disabling supports, aggressively disabling supports, and he makes them work. Can he make it work against Roar, who have just so many ways to break that Shackle? Warlock's Chaotic Offering, Shackle Shot, Timbersaw will just chain in, and Playhard has to disengage, or Tiny with that Avalanche toss. It's really hard, but might be possible if the Slardar starts to snowball. Triple X is perhaps the only hero that can get it done from Murvox's lineup, at least in the early to mid game. And I'm talking about building up some tempo. I'm talking about bringing some heat to Roar, because right now they're probably not feeling any. They're probably feeling a bit chilly. It is December, and let's see. I will adjust the logos for you guys just because I do it from my end. It is going to be Roar Gaming and Murvox. So it's... There we go. The logo should be up on your screen. I do it from my end. It is one of those jobs that, There we go. The logos are up. Everyone is ready. I have my headphones on. And Butterfly Effect will plant down an aggressive Observer Ward over on the mid lane. On Kui's high ground. Let's see what Kui can get done on the Invoker. I believe he has played this before, but it's a really hard game for the Invoker. It's a really hard game for just about everyone from Murvox. They certainly do have their work cut out for them. Triple X is going to be able to get on top of Kismet. They'll be able to burn away most of the Medusa's mana with these auto attacks, but I don't think they can take Kismet down. He has the wand. He'll be able to turn around for some auto attacks, but the Shadow Word is going to kick in for Small Panda. I think he should have planted it down on towards Triple X. Perhaps they would have been able to get that kill, but he is playing a Slardar, very tanky, had the crush for another one of his puddles, so it probably would not have gone down. But now that they've dealt with most of Kismet's mana, I think that they should just continue with the aggression. This is a pretty aggressive lane with the Shadow Shaman, and this means that the Warlock can't actually overextend, or rather, can't have poor positioning, because it will be punished very hard. As soon as the Slardar and the Shaman see the Warlock out of position, they can make a play for him. There are multiple disables in this lane. In fact, the Shaman comes in with auto attacks with the disables, right? The Chicken Fingers facet, he has picked that one up in place of the massive Serpent Ward. So can trade really well. Eyes are going to be on this Small Panda to survive here for as long as he can. He is playing a defensive support, so maybe he can hold his own. Not to mention, you have the Invoker, who did go for the Mind of Tornaris, so he has gone for that EMP. He'll have that against the Medusa. Right now, though, the tree toss, butterfly effect, wants to grab a tree, but does he want to throw it? Because I think Kui will survive. He has a Fairy Fire. Surprising that butterfly effect is already able to dominate the Invoker. Kui has 0 lost hits, and I mean 0. But Playhard will draw first blood. It's not on that Warlock, though. It's on Kismet. And because Small Panda is playing a hero that can give HP regen, Medusa does not give a damn about HP regen. So Small Panda was just forced by to watch as his carry fell. Oh man, that is not a good start, losing your carry. But at the same time, Butterfly Effect is doing pretty well on the mid lane. 10 CS compared to the Invokers 2, and because you went for the Quas Vex Invoker, he has so little lost hits. He might actually end up going down here. Kui needs to be a bit careful. One more hit from Butterfly Effect will do the trick, but again, Fairy Fire is there for Kui, so I don't think there's going to be a kill happening. Tornado is going to get sent, is going to send a Butterfly up into the air, but not much else to be found. Wind Ranger plus a Timbersaw, a decent lane, isn't exactly one that is natural with synergy, right? I suppose Clove with the power shot, or rather the kill shot, can get some kills across the map, but hard to get kills over on this bot lane. I think he's just gonna have to play a bit of a medium aggressor where he just zones and pokes and prods, just things like that. As Young G, he is chasing the Wind Ranger a bit too far out. I think he should just stick to his role here on the carry, because the Wind Ranger, again, like Clove just demonstrated, he just has the wind run. He can just run back. Courier is going to be sniped away by Clove. Nicely done by him. As Kui still struggling in terms of CS. A Butterfly Effect certainly, with the high base damage of the Tiny, it is one of the easier things to pull off. Is going for that Toss Max. And that's good. 360 damage, and at the level 1 mark, you have 50 bonus damage, and 400 overall damage from the toss. He has the crash landing facet, so it's an additional 20% bonus landing damage. It's a lot. You know, level 355, 400, and then you have the 20%, so you have 80 damage coming in there, so it's like 480 damage, which is quite a lot. Helmi Ibrahim able to get a solo kill on the Wind Ranger. One of the kills that should never happen, actually, because the Wind Ranger has an entire ability to dodge away a lost hit, so I'm not exactly sure why he was trading away against the Pugna. Tiny, or rather Invoker, needs to be careful. Kui able to survive with just 30 CS. Not going to be any avalanche coming in, as Kui will slow Butterfly Effect down and needs to be careful, because Butterfly Effect may as well just throw in a toss on his own location, and the AoE might take Kui out. But Kui will regenerate most of his HP, has around 12 HP regen per second, but they will find their revenge. However, it's going to be a costly one. Triple X will actually take Kismet out, making that trade not so worth it, because you have 3 heroes on top of the 2 from Murlocs. So you should have been able to come out with the advantage. Losing your Medusa is really going to hurt you, that too for the second time. You already have the Gyrocopter at the very top of the last hit chart, so Murlocs, they'll be able to create quite a bit of difference between their carry and the opposing carry. Youngji is just farming away. A Grandmaster Timbersaw on double S will be interesting to see what he can actually get done. Right now, the Timbersaws of the world have to play passive against ranged heroes. Against melee heroes, they can play aggressive, but against range heroes, they have to play passive. As RABOTYAGI is going to ignore the Shrine of Wisdom there. I think the level 3 barrage is a bit too much for this Timbersaw to contend with. They'll just end up going back. All the meanwhile, this time around, Kismet will secure a good kill. Small Panda was the one who got all of the gold though. But I think just stopping that Slardar from snowballing is the right idea. Youngji is here though. And they are going to go in. The clucking fingers to come in first. The shackle is there. Kismet has no more mana. Will not be able to regenerate it with his Mystic Snake either. And the avalanche, a bit too little. Too late from Butterfly Effect, but he will go for a toss on towards Youngji. Unfortunately, it is going to be enough. Small Panda picking up yet another kill. Although I have to say that the nerf to the assist gold means that these kills for, you know, the rotations coming in from the cores are not exactly all that worth it. You take a look at how much gold the Tiny got, just 89 gold. He could have stuck in the lane to get even more gold, but you had to punish that play. You had to make sure that Youngji ends up going down, even if he does come out with 149 gold. But it's the Warlock that is the big winner. 250 gold going his way for just the gyro kill, and then he also got another kill before that. So this is going to be one happy Warlock. Taking a look at the net worth, it is the gyrocopter at the very top as X once again diving very far into the tier 1 tower. The response is going to start coming in from Clove. The Wind Ranger is here, shackle on towards that Slardar, the Mystic Snake as well, and the power shot with that kill shot, a guaranteed kill. As even Play Hard is going to end up going down. One more hit should do the trick. The gyrocopter comes down with that call. Kui is here with the Crosswex, and again, Kismet should just end up falling. Tornado will be his end. However, they are going to come in to try and punish the gyrocopter. Youngji doesn't actually get hit by a single spell from the Timber. So he'll just be able to run away with his life intact. Butterfly Effect is coming in, but doesn't have a target. So we'll just have to go back.
Radiant are scanning.
Pugno, Helmi Ibrahim does end up going down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Play hard. Was thinking about something. I mean, there are a lot of invisibility heroes just running around the map. It's not really doing too much for them. Butterfly Effect sent up into the air, most of his mana burned away, and the Tiny really does not like playing against the Crosswex Invoker, just because Crosswex Invoker is one of those really annoying heroes once they start scaling up on their Vex. Just, they can burn away 400 of your mana. The Tiny, he only has 400 mana. Well, 583, but he can't exactly make use of that remaining 83 mana, can he? His lowest mana cost spell is around 95 mana right now, the Avalanche. So he'll just use the toss to burn away the remaining mana he has, because there's no point keeping it. He'll just get hit by another EMP once it comes online. X. Once again, Kismet needs to be careful. Play hard. Again, looking for the initiation. They really do not want this Medusa to farm. Even though, despite of the fact that there is a 2000 net worth advantage up for Roar Gaming, they are still doing a whole lot better. Double S is free farming away on the Timbersaw, and even though the Gyrocopter Youngji is at the very top, the next 3 heroes are all from Roar. Amount of damage coming in is a bit too much. Butterfly Effect will end up paying for this play with his life. as Clove might just end up being another target. He will actually decide to run away, but it's a Timbersaw who is going to come in. Play Hard is going to end up going down as Triple X now decides to chase after the Wind Ranger. Unfortunately, he got shackled. He does have the HP to survive here, but it is an expensive exchange for Murlocs. They essentially lost 3 heroes for just the 1 kill they found. Sure, it was Young G to come out with the majority of that gold, but Butterfly Effect got as much gold and the rest of their team got so much of that experience. Not to mention Double S, it does seem like he is going to be that big critical factor for Roar Gaming to just overtake Murlocs pretty soon. 4,000 of a lead right now up for Roar.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower in trouble, big trouble,
Radiant's bottom tower has
as
fallen.
the trouble has got up to the tower. It will go down. Now, it's not all that bad because you did Murlocs have found a tier 1 tower towards that top side, but taking a tower down against a Medusa may actually help the Medusa. The creep wave automatically pushes in closer to dire territory, so Kismet has a safer pocket to farm up. Almost has that Manta style, and even though they did try to disable the Medusa, Kismet is still at the very top of the net worth chart. So did they really disable the Medusa? Kui has a tornado. They will be able to take Double S down. That's a huge kill they can find, but a 2-man avalanche. The power shot also comes in, but it's Murlocs who will feel very safe. Their heroes are still plenty healthy, as both these sides will disengage. A Butterfly Effect will just blink back to his tower. Clove might just go down. Playhard doesn't have a blink dagger, and Clove will actually realize something is awry, or rather, no, he'll actually start running into the lineup from Murlocs. The shackle coming on towards Double S means that he can't secure the kill, but the toss coming in from the Tiny. Butterfly Effect is here, but does not have enough mana for the Avalanche. Does have the wand to replenish his mana. So far, no one from Murlocs has actually died. Avalanche is going to stop that teleport, though. Kui should have just decided to run away, as the Slaughdor will have teleported back after all is said and done. It's still... It does seem pretty shaky from the side of Murlocs. They are getting these kills, but it does seem like the tempo is still going in favor of Roar. 5,000 of 6,000 of a lead right now. This Medusa is going to be out of control. Timbersaw is 2,000 ahead of the Invoker, who, when you go for the Quaswex facet, you cannot flash farm. Kui is going for the Hand of Midas, which I'm afraid is going to even slow down their tempo even more. The Gyrocopter is the only ray of hope right now, at about... needs about 1,400 gold for his Aghanim Scepter. Meanwhile, Shadow Shaman about 1,200 gold away from his Blink Dagger, as Triple X has his own blink, but now needs to really make plays and needs to make effective plays. Butterfly Effect with a Blink Dagger of his own will just disengage. As if you're Roar Gaming right now, you must feel pretty content with the state of the game. Just playing passive, knowing that you will come out on top, responding to the aggression coming out from the Radiant side. And you take a look at their Observer Ward, right? Just Observer Wards all throughout entry points. entry point to their triangle, entry point to their jungle, and the entry point to the Radiant jungle too, for some nice bit of aggression mixed into that. So it does seem like the way that they're planning this is just to keep Kismet farming away, making sure that no one comes to threaten his farm. And then eventually, the Medusa will be at a point where he can start joining his team.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Clove is going to go for that mechanism, so not really going for that Blink Dagger or Atos. However, a fight has already started brewing. It's going to be Butterfly Effect, the mid laner from Roar's lineup, that is going to fall first, with Small Panda joining him, and a killing spree also to go the way of the Radiant side. Murvox are going to be very happy about that. Taking the Tiny down
Is under attack.
is certainly a big kill if they can find it. 1200 gold, 2200 experience. And if you're Roar Gaming, surely you can play passive, but when you decide to play active, you need to group up together. Double S, he is visible.
Radiant's top
Invoker knows where he is. The question is, Butterfly Effect is going to come in, so they go in with the Atos coming in from this Timber Saw. Butterfly Effect, though, is going to be held in as soon as he teleports. Kismet is going to come in, though. Chaotic Offering planted down. The Medusa's Gorgon's Grasp gets sent out, and all of that is enough to take out Young G. Helmi Ibrahim will also end up going down as Triple X makes a run for his life. Should be able to find his escape.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gyrocopter farming away, but the fight has already brewed up. It's Triple X who will lose his life, and slowly but surely the tempo is being stolen by Roar. There doesn't seem to be too much that Murvox can do about the current state of the game, unless they bring their Gyrocopter in. But Young G really needs that BKB before he can actually fight. Otherwise, he just takes in just so much damage coming in from that Tiny. The Avalanche does about 370 damage. The Crash Landing about 20% bonus damage on, you know, that level 2 is 175, so 500. Around 600, 700 damage alongside that Avalanche. Around 1000 magical damage at the very start of it. Young G is there. His team is huddled up behind him. Invoker is also going to come in, but they won't see him coming in from that observer because he is inside of the shroud of that Ghost Walk. As it's a Tormentor play, both of these two teams want to make. Double S will be the priority target, or rather the first point of contact. And that's not really the target you want to go in on. A 3-man Avalanche being found by Butterfly Effect. They will go in and they will burst them down. Two heroes having fallen down. Kui will just disengage in terror, and Young G is trying to make his escape. But Double S wants to chase his Gyrocopter down. The barrage at this point does not do anything. Power Shot going to come in from afar. Butterfly Effect going to come in with another Avalanche toss. And for Roar Gaming, that is 4 heroes they are able to take down. They'll find a tier 1 tower. They will find a Tormentor too.
Radiant's top tower.
Everything that they could possibly find within their grasp, they are going to take.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not really too much
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
to be done about this. Clove will end up with the Gale Force. Double S becoming a behemoth at this point in the game. And Kismet. The EMP will burn away a lot of his mana, but he'll still have a lot of it left. That's the problem. And you don't have a solid way of bursting the Medusa's mana down. It's going to be Kui that's the target. They don't care about X. They're done taking out the Slaughter. They want to take out the Invoker. Can they stop his teleport? They can with the Eels. And you have an Avalanche coming in. It's the kill shot that will be the kill confirmed. 12,000 of a lead right now, and quite frankly, the side of Murlocs doesn't really do much damage. How do you take out this Tiny who has 12 armor and 2300 HP with some survivability added in, right? He has some utility, the Eels, the Blink, and a Haste Rune for the temporary measure, but Kismet has an entire Butterfly. So how does the Gyrocopter fare up against the Medusa? Particularly because Youngji is going to be going for that BKB, so it's not as if his next item will add in some power from his side.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Playhard will end up going down, as it's Double S who will secure the second kill. The support duo caught very far away. This is the desperation play when you're this far behind. Your supports then decide to try and focus pressure some of these towers, but it's just not happening. X will also end up going down at 15,000 lead at the 23-minute mark. Murlocs don't really seem to have many options left anymore. And from the options that are available, they just come in with so much risk and such little reward. Roar will just decide to head on over to the Roche Pit, where they'll have that, you know, that snazzy Roshan with the hat, with the Christmas hat. Aegis is going to be up for grab as well. And we'll go their way. There's not going to be any kind of a contest coming in. Aegis now grabbed up. Shadow Shaman, play hard.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's a Gale Force on the Shaman. Clove is going to come in too. And Playhard is a goner. He went for the Ether Lens. Unfortunately, they didn't create the kind of tempo that makes this pickup worth it.
Middle tower has fallen.
Increased cost range is all nice and good, but how do you initiate, really? That's the problem they're facing. Diffusal Blade now up for the Medusa. He'll have the Disperser for that Dispel against the Pugna. Remember, the Disperser is buffed up, so it applies a Dispel on your target if it's an enemy, and it applies a Dispel on yourself too. So you can Dispel 2 heroes for the price of 1.
Radiant's middle
For the Pugna, that means this Discrepify is dispellable. So you can Dispel the Pugna, Dispel yourself away from any negative debuffs, and just go to work. Kui. Oh no. Kui is... Weed. I don't know what that means. That's just me grasping at straws. Similar to how Murlocs are grasping at straws right now, they're just not able to defend. You take a look at how aggressively Roar are coming in, and just how afraid Murlocs are at mounting up any kind of a response. Not sure if there is a response they can mount up. This first lane of barracks will go down undefended.
Radiant's middle barracks.
And if Murlocs are thinking that Roar will just give them the opportunity to recover by just walking away, that's never going to happen. They have 3 minutes on that Aegis, no way for the Medusa to die, and so they'll just make a play for the second lane of barracks.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
smoke around is going to be a wraparound. But how far do they want to wrap? They will have lost their 2 lanes of barracks. This is a Hail Mary at best. The gyrocopter smoke has already been broken. They saw Play Hard coming in, and they have found the route on towards Kui. He is isolated away from the rest of his team. Triple X jumps in to help him. Play Hard, though, he is grabbed up towards the backline. Kui has already gone down. They have found Small Panda, but it's a small consolation prize at best, because at the end of it all, they will be forced to go back. But it's the Tiny that will toss the Medusa in. Triple X, he'll lose the Pugna right beside him. And with only 2 heroes remaining, you have to wonder what exactly are Murvox playing for. It doesn't really seem like there is much hope left in this game. Roar Gaming may as well go for the tier 4s right now, but they'll actually go for Young G, who took out Clove towards that backline, but will end up giving up his life for it. The pings are coming out. Clove, if it's up to Clove, he certainly wants them to finish this game. He's down for about 30 seconds, so he can ping the towers all he wants. But GG will be called as soon as Kismet makes that move towards the tier 2 tower on that top side. They realize that there just is not much hope left anymore in this game. Murvox will decide to refresh their minds, refresh their strategy, as this game is going to a game, this series is going to a game number 2 in favor of Roar Gaming, who will be ahead in this series. So let's see if Murvox are able to change things up and take it to a game number 3. Certainly seemed like it would have been possible, because they did find the Medusa so many of those times. They were able to shut Kismet down, but everyone else was just doing super well. Butterfly Effect dominated that mid lane, and I do think this was a bit of an outdraft, because they didn't have a solid answer to that Medusa. They had to go for this niche answer in that Invoker, Quaswex Invoker, but even that ended up biting them, because the Quaswex Invoker didn't offer any damage output. A lot of things that did not go right for Murvox. Let's see, though, if things will go right for them in the next game, or if Roar will just sweep them under the rug. We will be back after a short break for Lunar Snake Trophy Season number 5. quite good. And the level 25 talent grants you the ability of anchor smash to affect buildings. So it does seem like Tidehunter scales up really well now. We'll see how well it can scale against Roar Gaming though.
10
As the last
seconds
pick is
remaining.
going to be drawn by Roar,
5
and
seconds
I
remaining.
wonder what they'll go for. They really do lack in terms of frontline and in terms of sustain. They only have about one initiator or one solid initiator currently, which is the Tiny. So maybe Roar should look to pick up some tanky offlaner. The Centaur, Mars, Timber all have been banned out, but Roar have demonstrated that, Double S can play a pretty mean Beastmaster, so I wonder if they'll go for that. Isn't exactly super good against the Spirit Breaker and the Nature's Prophet, but at this point you'll take anything you can get. Wonder what offlaner they'll go for right now. It certainly is a very hard decision to make, right? You're also up against a Venomancer, so most melee offlaners are going to suffer. Centaur wouldn't have suffered because he has that Stampede, but this isn't looking too good for Roar's last pick. And not to mention, it's a really important last pick because between the Warlock, Windranger, and Slark, you don't actually have too much HP. The Spirit Breaker Charge, the Ravage, Nature's Prophet, Wrath of Nature, Venomancers, Noxious Plague, they will be able to wipe out Roar's squishy heroes. Let's see what Roar are going to go for. It is going to end up being that Underlord. Great hero because you can bring in the auras. I think Underlord is one of the best heroes to pick up auras on. The pipe, certainly necessary. The Crimson Guard also may be necessary. And you have that Fiend's Gate. So you have that global teleportation play against a hero like a Nature's Prophet, who also comes in with that global teleportation play. So it does seem like Roar Gaming will be able to match up the tempo in their team fights. But Murvox, they have another pick right now. Is this going to be a Nature's Prophet on the mid lane, or is it going to be a carry? Turns out it's going to be on the mid lane because they pick up a Juggernaut for their carry position. Juggernaut, while not great against the Slark, is pretty good against the current lineup of Roar. Now I will add that you can't start spinning when you get hit by the avalanche because now it's an AoE stun. So Youngji will have to use the Blade Fury before he gets hit by it rather than after. Roar Gaming though, they have, I think, a weaker draft than they did last time around. I will say that Murvox do seem like they have the much better draft. So Murvox are in a good position to actually even out the series and take it to a game number 3. Much of it does depend on what Roar can get done with the Slark. He is, at the end of the day, a snowball-oriented hero. He is buffed up in the current patch, so maybe they can actually get it done. Salty Shiv can be dispelled away, so it's not a reliable ability against a Tidehunter or even this Juggernaut, so Triple X and Youngji won't have to be afraid of that spell. And maybe Kui can even go for an Orchid, an early Orchid to disable Kismet. It does seem like Murvox pooled in a lot of resources to disable Roar's carry in that previous game because it was a Medusa this time around. Maybe they should focus their efforts on disabling Butterfly. Those are the win conditions laid out for Roar. It's certainly going to be a hard task. I will update the logos for you guys. It is going to be back up on your screen, Murvox on the Radiant side, and it is going to be Roar once again who are playing on the Dire side. Red versus blue, really. Or rather, I see a lot of people mentioning red versus blue, when they ask which side the team is playing in, but it's really red versus green in Dota, isn't it? Because it's quite literally green, and the other side is red. But who knows? I personally prefer blue and red, for player 1 and player 2. I remember the good old days of Nintendo and the Segas of the world.
30 30
Me and my
seconds
brother
to
used to
battle.
have quite a lot of fun playing those games.
The battle begins.
A two-man Venomous Gale. Clove has the wind run though, but Double S is not going to be so lucky. He's going to get hit by the charge, and that should be first blood drawn. But Clove comes in with a deny against 4 heroes that were on top of Double S. Clove certainly the difference maker in that entire fight. Who would have thought? What a play. First blood being denied away from the other team is certainly... Oh man, this is very impressive. In fact, it will be first blood drawn by Small Panda. And for Murvox, oh man, that is so unlucky. Or rather, should I call it, such a huge display of skill there coming in from Roar. Clove won't be able to deny Double S from that one though, so at the very least, Murvox will be able to acquire the kill in the end anyway. And, of course, it's a big kill to be found. Double S will actually have to make his way back to the lane just walking. That is going to be a bit of a walk of shame in the end anyway. So, at the end of the day, Murvox will be able to get themselves a big advantage in their safe lane. Because you don't have an Underlord you're going to have an Underlord that's going to be really underleveled. I think Young G and Helmi Ibrahim would have a full level advantage over the Underlord. And this is going to hurt him quite a bit, particularly as you do need the Underlord to be able to get those auras up in a timely manner so that Roar can actually fight back against Murvox. Top side. Kismet has the Salty Shiv, doesn't want to use it right now. The Tide Hunter has gone for the Nanoplankton Eater facet. So, certainly the facet if you want to scale up with... Oh man, Salty Shiv is pretty good, you know. 3 HP regen per second, significant in the early game, but does cost about 20 mana, so every time you use it, you lose quite a lot of mana on the Slark, who is already a very mana-intensive, mana-hungry hero. Mid lane, once again, it is being won by Butterfly Effect. He does seem to have more CS, but Small Panda goes down towards that top side as that Pounce not really latching on towards Kismet. Or rather, not really latching on towards Playhard. Kismet will not be able to get the trade, but will just be able to go back to farm. Drags the creeps away, but... Oh, rather, he wants to join the lanes here. Should be able to at least find the range creep. But in the end, if that's not going to be enough, he'll deny the range creep, so that's okay. Playhard? Kismet should be able to find the pounce there. Lands it on towards Playhard. And with that, that should be a return kill that Kismet will find. Certainly helping out Roar's recovery in the safe lane. I actually think the trade is actually much better for Roar because they got the kill on the... They got the kill from their carry. Meanwhile, mid lane, again, Butterfly Effect dominating early on. It's not as big of a domination as with the Invoker in their previous game. Kui does have 11 CS and he's playing a hero that can naturally just teleport back into the lane. So he can have that sustain up against the spam ability of that Avalanche Toss. Oh, nice denies being found by Butterfly Effect. They'll go for the Avalanche and they'll also go for the toss. Kui does not have a teleportation available. He has no TP scroll. The power shot slowing Kui down. Is it going to be enough though? Because this is a very slow burn. Kui still may be under the tier 1 tower safety as Butterfly Effect continues to chase him down and the teleports are coming in. The Venomancer alongside the Spirit Breaker, that might be enough. The Gale planted down on Butterfly Effect, actually stuck inside in between of the wards. And Butterfly Effect should end up going down. Clove did get hit by the charge, but Clove will be safe. But for Roar Gaming, they were the ones to have made that play. The power shot, or rather the kill shot, not going to land. So Murvox certainly playing quick on their feet with this one. charge from the Spirit Breaker towards that bot lane. Double S. His exit blocked away from that Sprout. And there are 4 heroes on top of him. This time around, Clove isn't even nearby to get a possible deny. In fact, the Venomancer did actually a really good play there. He didn't throw out his Gale. I think he planted a Plague Ward, so he had the mana for the Gale. But because he didn't throw the Gale down, there wouldn't have been a possible deny coming out anyway. Butterfly effect, grenade, blood grenade coming out, and that is enough damage. The power shot going to come in at the very last second, but it wasn't even needed. Kui will end up going down as Roar, once again, certainly amping up the tempo, or rather the aggression here. Courier also ending up dead on both sides. Playhard has found the revenge for his fallen Courier by taking Clove's Courier out. Although I'm not exactly too sure what was coming in the Courier. Meanwhile, Butterfly effect will have that Soul Ring, so this is the point where he just continues to amp up the spammability of his spells. He'll just continue to throw these down. Wants the level 6 power rune, but isn't possible towards that bot lane. Luckily for him, it's not even going to be there on the bot lane. It is just a regeneration rune found for Butterfly effect towards that top side. And they want to make a play on Triple X. Kismet won't be able to secure the kill, but he does get the Essence Shift stack, so they're going to be happy with this. There is an incoming charge on that Slark. Playhard should be a bit careful with these charges. But you know, Spirit Breakers, they don't have a stop button. It's just you charge in, and you know, you don't have a way out.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is
Let's
under
see.
attack.
7-minute Shrine of Wisdom contest happening, and Slark has the Dark Pact available, so unless you bring in some massive numbers, you can't actually win this exchange. Playhard will decide to just charge away, as Kismet will let Small Panda secure the Shrine of Wisdom towards the other side of the map. Murlocs weren't able to make a play for the Shrine of Wisdom, despite all of these Plague Wards planted down. It was just Helmi Ibrahim to lose his life. And in the end, that is going to be 2 Shrines of Wisdom going for Roar. Massive benefit to them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under
Kui.
attack.
Omni Slash comes in on towards Butterfly effect. He is charged as well, but has the Avalanche. The Gale is going to land on him though, so despite of the Chaotic Offering, doesn't seem like they'll be able to keep Butterfly effect alive for very long. However, it is going to be a trade. Kui did end up going down. Helmi Ibrahim going to fall next. Kismet to pick up both of those kills, and I'm not sure if that was so worth it for Murlocs. They gave up too many kills to that Slark. They used their Omni Slash, and despite of that fact, they will not be able to hold on to their tower either. So it's a massive win for Roar. They're back up to a 2,000 net worth advantage, and this Slark is snowballing out of control. At the very top of the net worth chart, he is being trailed behind the Juggernaut, but that's just what it is. It is a trail because the Juggernaut, Young G, is 400 gold behind the Slark. And Kismet will even have a Diffusal Blade up. Oh no, Triple X is dead. There's a Pounce, there's a Dark Pact. Kismet is dominating on the Slark right now. And there's no way to stop him. And for this Tidehunter, there's really no way to re-enter the lane anymore because the Slark has the Diffusal.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Teleports are coming in. So is Kismet's Diffusal Blade. The Gush is magical damage, but the Anchor Smash is physical. So this, who has it actually? It's the Ash Legion Shield is with the Tiny. Unfortunately, Play Hard isn't with his team. He's going to be sent back to the fountain.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Qui. Shackled to the tree. Power Shot is going to be there. He doesn't take too much damage from it, but in the end, he is inside of that pit and cannot escape. Things are not looking too good for him. He may have the vessel, but he has nowhere to actually rotate. Double S with around 181 damage coming in from his Atrophy Aura will be able to make quick work of that tier 1 tower. All 3 tier 1 towers having fallen down before that 10-minute mark doesn't bode too well for Murvox's future in the series. Young G farming up for his Battle Fury, but I really do wonder when Murvox will be able to fight. This could be a good fight. Ravage gets used in response. An Omni Slash on towards Clove, who will end up going down. Before he does though, he throws out that Power Shot. It's not going to be enough to keep Butterfly Effect safe. Small Panda will end up getting hit by that Nether Strike as 3 heroes fall from Roar and Murvox find a comeback. However, it's a counterplay coming in from Roar Gaming. Juggernaut, no more mana up. Kismet is unstoppable. 2 heroes being collected by Roars inside in response, as Kismet has a Dark Pact to just dispel away any debuffs coming his way. It's a good set of kills though being found by Murvox. You know, the Juggernaut was involved in all of those kills. He has a Battle Fury up now. He can start farming away, accelerate, his recovery. Or, not his recovery, he is doing okay, but maybe catch up to the Slark. Because it is getting slightly out of hand. Clove coming in. Power Shot isn't going to take Play Hard out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Play Hard coming in with a charge on towards Clove, who has the Wind Run available, but he just shackles them down in response. Kismet is here with a Diffusal Blade, and Triple X is surely going to end up going down. There's a pounce on him, and one more swipe. Doesn't even need the Shiv. Kismet will just be able to pick up the kill anyway. 5,000 of a lead right now, and there aren't too many responses that Murvox can make apart from the one with their Ravage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Help me, Ibrahim. Throughout the Noxious Plague, but in the end, he is going to go down. Slark, though, gets hit by the Omni Slash. This is a good response. The Shadow Dance is going to keep the Slark going. But Kismet needs to find an escape. In the end, he will get hit by the Nether Strike, and a Ravage comes out. This is the best fight that Murvox have gotten all game long. Double S trying to go for that teleport away. It will be possible, as even the Wind Ranger is going to just escape. However, it's still a win for Murvox. They got the Slark. They got the Tiny. And all they gave up in response was just a Venomancer. And you will take that any day of the week. 600 gold going for Triple X. As a Vladimir's is up for the Tidehunter. Another charge coming in towards that mid lane. Nature's Prophet. Where's his bot side? I wonder if Kismet wants to make a play. He does seem like the way he's posturing, he does really want to. So Kui needs to be very careful. He only has the vessel and he's actually used his sprout. He won't have it for the next 5 seconds. Kui's will be able to get on top of the Nature's Prophet. Has the Salty Shiv, has a Quelling Blade, and the teleportation will not be possible. Kismet getting a solo kill on Kui. Level 2 Shadow Dance at the ready. Play hard comes in. I don't think that's where he wants to come in though. There's going to be a pounce available from Kismet. Has the Shadow Dance available, so he'll just be able to turn it around for a double kill. And the gate coming in from that Pit Lord. The Slark will just disengage, making it out like a bandit in the night. He'll actually come back. It's all very bandity of him. But that was a disaster. That was an absolute disaster. This is just the goal from the Nature's Prophet. 1,000 experience, 450 gold, going to Kismet solo. Oh, Helmi Ibrahim shackled to the tree. As another pounce comes in, Kismet will be able to acquire yet another kill, and has an Aghanim Scepter to play with now. Triple X needs to be really careful, but he got hit by another pounce. Shackle isn't going to land, but it's the kill shot that will confirm the kill on Triple X. 6,000 of a lead now, up 16 minutes in for Roar. 10 to 18 on the kill feed. May not be too one-sided, but Young G is going to be held in by the stun coming in from the Warlock. The pounce at the very last second, and Clove coming in with another kill shot. Young G is going to be disabled. And they'll find a tier 2 tower, potentially 205 8 trophy damage coming in for this Underlord. Kismet finding kills across the map. No way to contest the Slark anymore.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It is really hard to take Kismet down now. Young G does have that Yasha. Seems like they want to go for a fight. Butterfly Effect is going to get hit by that Omni Slash. Should end up going down to it. Death by 1,000 cuts. As Double Death is here. And Kismet is coming in. So this Spirit Breaker needs to be careful. Actually, Spirit Breaker is just dead. As Kismet makes a play towards the side there, finds a pounce on towards the Tidehunter. Meanwhile, Fiends get towards that backline. Young G needs to escape, but they actually contend with Roar with a Ravage. Unfortunately, I don't think they can fight Kismet. He has a Depth Shroud at the ready. He goes for yet another pounce and has a pounce to just escape. Double S though, he has the pit for the temporary while, but in the end, he should end up going down. So not too bad. However, Kismet, he is coming in. Helmi Ibrahim won't be able to escape out of that one. Mega kill streak up now for the Slark. 11,000 net worth, 3,000 or rather 2,000 ahead of the Juggernaut.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Kui once again to get pounced. Blade Mail doesn't really help him there. He has the Shadow Dance, may be able to get the kill, but can he actually escape from this position? Has the pounce. Nether Strike wasn't there in time, but maybe Young G can close the gap here, and Slark, with having no more mana up, will end up going down. Play Hard picks up the kill though. However, at this point, Murvox will take anything they can get. Play Hard stuck inside of the pit. Has the charge to just run away. The Chaotic Offering though will block his escape. Butterfly Effect has another toss. And Kui is actually going to buy back into this. It does seem like they might be able to take double S down. Juggernaut Young Ji holding on to his Omni Slash will be able to dish it out and will take out double S. But with a buyback being used, I'm not sure if that's entirely worth it. I suppose it's the idea that, sure, you use a buyback on the Nature's Prophet, but you're able to secure a kill. But I think they would have been able to secure the kill regardless, right? The Underlord was just caught in an awkward spot, and there was an Omni Slash available for Young Ji. Despite of that, though, that's going to be a big recovery for the Juggernaut. He's only now 1,000 gold behind the Slark. And Spirit Breaker, well, you know, Playhard's doing really well. Unfortunately, Kui is not. He is really far behind on the Nature's Prophet. His Blade Mail isn't providing him the kind of deterrence it usually does in most games, because Slark really does not care about that Blade Mail. Tormentor is going to be picked up. Triple X pounced upon, has another pounce on Kismet if should he feel the need to use it, probably will. And with the Shadow Dance, he'll be able to take out a Tidehunter. No more Ravage available for this fight. They may have an Omni Slash, but can they actually get it out in time, because the Depth Shroud is there. And Young Ji has no recourse. Murvox will lose their carry, lose their offlaner, and also lose a support. And in the end, it will be Roar Gaming who don't even sweat. Oh no, they're going for a play on Kui. This is a disaster if I've ever seen one, and Kui will go down just not having a good game. They'll go back from the gate towards that top side, take out the tier 2 tower as well. Boons after boons, just blasting Murvox out of the sky at this point. Teleportation. It's actually play hard. He decided to perhaps split push around the map. At this point, can't really blame him, because there's not really too much that Murvox can actually do. Aegis cannot be contested. They have no more tier 2 towers at 23 minutes in the game. Slark is just has 20 essence shift stacks. He's getting 20 agility. This is without him having a facet, by the way. Soon, in the next mini patch, they'll probably add a facet in for the Slark. Roshan will go by, and an Aegis being picked up for Kismet. Pretty soon he'll have the Lincoln Sphere as well to block the Omni Slash, to block the Noxious Plague, Nether Strike, a lot of abilities that he can just dodge out. Triple X makes his way for a Radiance. Maybe when you can get to the Radiance and the Daedalus and some damage dealing items for the Tidehunter, you can survive. But I would have really liked to see a Crimson Guard or even a pipe coming out from this Tidehunter, because it's his team, quite frankly, doesn't need damage. They need to survive. They have a Juggernaut, so they'll be able to dish out the damage. Play hard. Going to charge away. The Chaotic Offering comes down though, as the Underlord is coming in with a Fiend's Gate, and it's going to be Play Hard who dies right beside his tier 4 tower. Hami Ibrahim is going to be grabbed up too. Noxus Plague blocked away from the Lincolns. And they're inside of the base at this point. Kismet has the Shadow Dance at the ready. At this point, he is just stealing away agility, as much stats as he can. Triple X will be able to get back to his fountain. But in the end, Yongji won't even decide to come back to defend.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Tidehunter got tossed back, throws out a Ravage, but it's really not gonna do much. At this point, no one can actually do anything. The entirety of their lineup is gonna be picked up apart from Yongji, who made a safe decision not to come back to the base, because that Radiant base is now a graveyard.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 3 tower, the second one to be picked up, and it will be 2 barracks is found at 26 minutes. This is pretty much an over and done and dusted game, if I'm being honest. 21,000 of a lead, 26 minutes in, is something that very few teams can come back from. And at this point, it'll also be mega creeps, because do you really want to come in to defend against a Slark with this many agility stacks with an Aegis, and he is going to continue fighting you? And not to mention, you don't actually have a Ravage. It's on cooldown for about 60 seconds. Murlocs under threat of elimination, by the way. They're on their last legs. Even then, at this point, they're forced to hop because one of those legs do not work. Triple X will end up going down. There goes your offlaner. No survivability on most of their other heroes. And Mega Creeps have been acquired at this point. Even Murlocs realize that their worst nightmare has come to life. Hami Ibrahim tossed back. 2 heroes down. 3v5 defense just is not happening. Roar Gaming want to acquire the throne here, close out this series in a clean sweep. Kui coming in for a teleportation will not actually, of course, go for it, as they saw the Juggernaut. Are they really going to make a play on Yongji? He can just teleport away. In fact, he's going to go through the gate, but is just going to get bashed up. Oh, Kismet will not even need to use the Shadow Dance. He will just be able to take out the Juggernaut. Won't be able to go back through the gate though. But still, he's a Slark. GG will be called. Hami Ibrahim, once again for the second game in a row, he will recognize that there is no hope for Murlocs, for his team in this series. They will give it up to Roar Gaming. They will lose 2-0 to the Chinese team. And it will be Roar who have secured their playoff run. They have now 4 series wins and 3 series losses, which is plenty of leeway to make it into the double bracket elimination playoffs. For now, guys, this wasn't it. We have another series for you. Of course, that series is going to be in a while from now. It is going to be in about an hour and 15 minutes. Because these 2 games didn't actually go very long, so we will be resuming with Lunar Snake Trophy Season 5 right in about an hour and 15 minutes, with Carstensz and Veroja going at it against each other. 2 pretty good teams. I do expect that one to be very hotly contested. Perhaps it will even go to a game number 3. Who really knows? This is your host, Ultras, as always. For now, I will be signing out. The stream will be on, so you can stay here. You can grab yourself some breakfast, some tea, and just come back after an hour as we resume with Lunar Snake Trophy Season number 5.
seconds remaining.
Dyer's ban now. Seconds.
Getting temper assassin.
5 seconds remaining.
Oscar banned as well. But he wants to go here. I can run that one.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
No Queen of Pain will be seeing the light of day here either.
Dyer's turn to pick.
Neither will the Juggernaut. What carry is Ivory going to do here? They've played very it's weak. Trying to conquer. Team can play in meta or out of meta.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Also, riding momentum. They've played terribly earlier today.
Storm Spirit.
Huh? Okay, so they're flexing the Dragonite onto carry. We'll be playing the Storm mid. Yeah, YG definitely was not expecting that direction.
10 seconds. Ember Spirit.
Don't you dare pick Tidehunter.
What? Conquer!
It's gonna be a Spirit Brother matchup. Young Ken in mid. Ember versus Storm. Find out how Rapido will be dealing with this dying in the off lane. It could get punished. Also, picking it after the Ursa is a bit of for me. It would definitely argue that Fury swipes strong enough. Kill the tombstone early, so maybe really dodge it, I guess.
You fought and died with honor. You fought and died with honor.
Wait, and let's look at the bear down for the Ursa. Promulgate on Shadow Demon, Gang on the Mid Ember, Dance of the Dead for the Muerta, and the Bloodsport for Mars. The ones we've seen a lot lately. Mars has preferred to get free feast, but we will have wait, so for the extra heal. Oh, making fun. Oh, it's Forev playing, standing in for YG. Yeah, okay, so there's a stat. So Zorain had to flex from support to offlane. I don't know if this is gonna make a difference, to be honest. Playing Forev, playing for them. I know he's been coaching. I don't know how long
You fought
coaching in
and
the last few
died
years,
with honor.
but historically Forev is a very well, the most experienced and arguably successful carry player on the map. On the other side,
Is victory. In strength is victory.
for the dire side, we will have. Sorry, guys, I'm just reading. Corrosive Dragon for the DK carry, Static Slide for Cannon mid, Rotting mids, Rapido, Dying, Go Nuts from the Hoodwink, and Agna, Siphoning Word. I like this banter from. Calling the go when Pugna is disconnected, you know, that's quite nice. Mocking them a little bit back and forth here. But this Shadow Demon, prioritized a lot by the light. Deal with it. Do we have... There is one smoke for Forev's shot, one for T. Swapping in the chat. There we go. Teehee is back. No G's just yet. He might be playing from a wooden PC. And we're unpausing. Straight into action we go. Just a little bit of a delay. AK will be tipping Ken. Smoke, late smoke.
Seconds to battle.
was he?
At last,
You
the
fought
battle
and died
begins.
with honors.
This reward transcends expectation.
Two for 2 bounties. Why are we not following what we should be following? I don't know. Hey, gunshot bottom. Let's get into the action, guys. Apologies for that little distraction. It's gonna be the Spirit Brothers matchup in mid. Electric Vortex level 2 is quite unexpected here, but wants to pressure young PH. He gets the last hit and tipped scan. That's quite funny. Wrong spell is hilarious. A lot of kill potential top lane up. Both sides. I think double repositioning tool is brilliant. What we're seeing right now, Blood Blade right away, but it's gonna be a nice Spear of Mars. Hold on the pursuit on the skill lane. Trading blows.
Dire's top tower needs some friends.
S3 he charges another dead shot. Go back to base, so let's
Dire's
Yes.
courier has been killed.
bottom.
Swallowed
Dorian
up by
loses
a
his courier.
fish, and then by me.
Vic. Ooh, nice bushwhack. Gonna stay alive. Up top Teehee. On the right click will get the job done and Skilly finds it.
First of many failures.
In mid, even Stevens, King, Ken, and Young PH battling. So not although Ken has a few more denies. I wouldn't say it's any significant. PH with 2 points in Flame Guard. Oh, actually, he's getting pulled with his Vortex now. Good die to Ken here. TP is very, very slow. Forever will catch him. No point in Shadow Poison though. And a kill anyway. Oh, I say that has a Fairy Fire and the bottle charges are very, very good. Ken survives. Solo killing Young PH after just so they had an even mid. He will have to walk to base. No. The water rune bottom. Rev.
You fought and died.
We'll take it. Patient from the Hoodwink as well. Berta has picked up the up one. I think the tower. Okay, let's see how is the setup gonna work. Skill A, perfect. Good shot. They do get the kill in the end. There'll be a slight lead. Actually, depends how many last hits they can make lose. They're pulling the creep wave behind the tower. Drake is doing this very, very well. Stacks in the jungle, in the triangle. Successful stacks, by the way. ASH. Half of the last hits of Rapido. We now understand why he prioritized this Undying. Wanting to zone Ursa out, and he's done that successfully. A full level and a half of the Ursa. Quite incredible to see, honestly. And Ken dies to mid. That's a solo from Young PH. You say that the silence was used. Yeah. No, Young PH getting the XP there. It's actually gonna look very good for him as, like we said, it's an even one. Let's get the network. Ember Spirit being first, even ahead of Dying, who's at 18 denies. I just realized what is happening. Ursa's level 3, the 5.5 of, you know, that is tragic. If you're a YG supporter, Muerta, in mid case, the Ken will just walk out. Another Detro will connect. One more right click. It's just Rev finding the kill with the Promulgator, going even deeper. Drick. Let's see Searing chained up with some high ground, but they will find him. Second nice kill. Dead shot from Skilly, enough to secure it up. Top tower under siege with the dragon form. Invading the Shrine of Wisdom. So you had a successful rotation mid, but you are going to pay by losing a very important objective at minute 7. And they find a kill to create it. Moraine has to be protected by Forev. So we'll just get a support here. The rotation is too slow. It will lose both Wisdom runes. We're back bottom with this level and a half difference. It's almost 2 level difference between the two of them, but we've got a phase boot onto Ursa, who's fighting another last hit, a double last hit from Rapido, and 22 denies. Going behind the tower.
Using echolocation.
What is the build-up going to be for Rapido? It's going for face boots. That's interesting. What is this next item? That one soul ring. Oh.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is staggering.
Like a drunk sailor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Here I am.
Up.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
Tower
has
taken
fallen.
by this Undying.
Dire's
Nobody wants to get
middle
close to him.
tower is under pressure.
Gonna rush a Lotus Orb. Explosive Dragon popped.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
He will get stopped by that Shadow Demon. For some reason, Zorain was still vibing around in the area, and I think he's just gonna die here.
Attack the heroes.
Hero of Mars onto the Hoodwink, but he's gonna get stunned by the Dragon Knight if he attempts a TP. Hoodwink is also catching up. Yeah, Zorain is just buying time.
Is about to take the plunge.
Elsewhere, KSH got soloed by Rapido. At least the DK didn't take the kill, but losing 2 at the same time is tragic. Ursa still only level 5 to level 8 of the Undying. Oh my god.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
The XP disparity. Yeah, 5 levels ahead for Ivory, but a big chunk of that, well, are the denies and both of the weak. 10. Adjusted the full routes of travel. Young PH going for a nice dodge and last hitting the tower. He's gonna have the spirit vessel in 100 gold. Rapido comes back bottom and continues. Stupid KSH, who is the lowest farmed carry on the map right now. Dragon Knight about to purchase the Helm of the Iron Will, as he is gonna get a armlet. Rapido continues to flash farm. Actually gonna or pull into the wave. Let's see. What is Rapido gonna do? Pulling. Okay. Such an annoying thing to have to go through if you're a KSH. And with his Persev on and the Soul Ring, he is gonna have mana for days. And that's why we're seeing a smoke in an attempt to gank bottom. The problem is this Spirit Vessel has no charges. I'm not entirely sure they can actually kill him. They will try. All this time Zorin finds the tower top. Going for a Blink Yules. You know? I'll repeat what he did a minute ago. This time pulling all the creeps, not just 3 of them. They're pinging him. They've got Pierce of the Veil. They're going. Perfect silence on the edge, and he's getting controlled. Doomstone doesn't use the golem. He's just dead. Pierce of the Veil was enough. Keeping inwards, but they can't get anything in exchange, and that is massive. Massive kill. The most farmed hero on the map by far. Taken out, and that's gonna give some freedom to poor KSH Ursa. He's also gonna get a tough Dormant Curio. Ember going for the quick and Cobble Cup top. AK gets arena'd. Nice stun at the very edge of the arena expiring. The Deadshot didn't get in the arena. That's quite strange. Armlet toggling. And he toggled his way out of this. There's another Spear of Mars available. Ken comes in and he gets instant walks into the Calling of the Dead, but the Dragon Knight will survive. A lot of investment there. But for the next arena, we'll have Lingnagger.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Got one charge in the Spirit Vessel. Level 7 and 6 for the 2 supports. Still slight advantage of zipping in, picking up the Arcane Rune.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Starts sieging the tier 1 mid. Keeps it for forever. Has a Pavis and the one he doesn't use either.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this danger.
And now this tier 1 will be easy for the taking. The Mars is gonna reveal his blink in top instead of hiding it and then trying to rotate. That's a bit of a strange decision there for him, but what do I know, right? Oh, triple stack. Stolen. It's actually a big victory for Every. Yeah, the last Granite, or Ashen Thunderbolt. Oh, he's jumping in, stun. I think he will die. And it's gonna be Ursa getting, nope, Forever getting the last hit actually. And now they want to fight. Torpedo. Caught. And killed. He used the tombstone to contest the stack. Good fight from YG. Realizing we can sacrifice the stack and then punish a bit later, and the catch onto Rapido is massive. Just finally TPing. No, he's not. Someone else. I think they had an opportunity there to catch this. No blinks. AK. Armlet mom build. No storm there. It's quite hard to follow up. And being fine. He's got the Aya. Oh. In the hoodwink. No chance for him to stay alive despite the life drain trying to get him build up. Young PH runs away. Vito gets caught by the disruption. The pin from Ken, Spear of Mars onto the storm, popping the Pierce of the Veil, trying to run away. Here's a nice dead shot, and the TP is gonna be there perfectly played from the Muerta.
Mine is truly a
Young
pleasant
PH finished the travel boots after Maya himself. This Purge. Big Purge coming in. Oh, he's not getting healed. There is a Spirit Vessel on top of him, and they just have to abandon there, undying, and no matter how strong he was in the first 10 minutes, the last couple have been quite rough for him. Oh, Spear of Mars missed by Zorain. He's gonna have to use the arena just to secure TG's kill. I don't think it was needed. I think Young PH, ASH were gonna be on top of him, but with 20-second death on primer on both of these, they're gonna jump into the pit. The Dragonite doesn't care, wants to continue farming. First Roshan will be going towards YG. Is ideal for an Ursa lineup. I'm not entirely sure if they're even expecting it. I mean, I don't think you could contest anyway. Doesn't look like they were. You should always be aware of when server minute 17, and it's gonna be Young PH picking. ASH is struggling. Still the bottom farm here on the map, still behind the Undying, but not for longer, because the battlefield will help him accelerate himself back into the top of. Ogna, he gets caught again. PH is owning 6-2 and 5. So is Kill A 4-0 and 6. Both of them involved in the most kills on the map right now.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Ooh. Might be a kill. I don't think Torred can get out of here. He's not even gonna attempt to TP out. A bit too far up. She also shows the lane, trying to wrap up from behind, and Rapido's just dead. Lotus Orb or not, it doesn't matter, he just dies. A very worthy trade.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Level 12 for Young PH as the Kaya. About halfway through the dunge. Remnant back to top. Didn't manage to kill the creep wave. Full Yasha and Kaya for the storm. But of course, the difference between him and the Ember is that he... AK,
Dire's top
blink
tower
now.
is under attack.
I mean, we will want to start engaging in team fights. About. And it is very high level, but not as much as his Dragon Knight. Oh, zip in towards Zorain. Has the arena, but no spear. He just used it
Fortified.
to fortify the creeps and the tower top that was under siege.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
poke from the Dire. Their attempt to contest this Tormentor is way too slow as KSH is just finding it in 2 more swipes, and there he is. Ille gets the shard. Pierce of the Veil, 30% lifesteal. Not the best one you want to take. I think you probably value the Demonic Cleanse way more, but it is what it is. Forev will be the casualty found on the retreat. That's quite sad for Forev. Didn't get the shard and he also fell. But, ooh, Fireside Ivory is actually aiming for something more important than the Tormentor, and that is stealing another Shrine of Wisdom. Ille is desperately pinging his cores to show up to the party, but I don't think they will. I think Drix got it. They will sack the Shrine of Wisdom. The dead shot comes in a bit too late. Yeah, they might kill the Hoodwink. I think it's fine. Extra XP wink to work. Ivory. There's the one lead that we have. And urged. Out of there. Torpedo. Ooh, caught. Doesn't get stunned, but just get out of there. Silence. And he's just falling. Such a great start that he's being punished perpetually. Meanwhile, Skilly gets the greedy mana drought. The name of the games is to just putting all the eggs in the AK basket, who's got 2.7k not invested yet.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, Yule Scepter for the Hoodwink. Then about to finish a Mantis Star, I believe.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Yeah, he's got it. ASH has the blink. Going into BKB next.
Dire's top
Surpass the Undying and the Mars. 14 net worth right now. With this tower and a few more light last hits, he might finally break into the top 3 for the first time in this game.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
There he is. Oh, AK jumps in. They're gonna kill him. That's a long duration stun from the Dragon Tail maxed out. And now they're also gonna follow up for Rev. We didn't have enough time to use the disruption onto the Ursa. 2 kills going in favor of Ivory. Now they're going even deeper, and that's gonna be a Muerta. Has a Pierce of the Veil, but doesn't even go for it. It wasn't gonna be any difference. 3 kills for Ivory, including a double for Drick. Ember, too far to think about it. Course, Arena on cooldown wasn't with the boys. And the Ursa gets kicked out of the top 3 again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is on the
Dire
rocks.
are scanning for enemies.
Full Scepter set up. They're gonna find Drake. There's Shard on the Undying to try and save him. I don't even think it would be worth it if he had it. It's young PH being on a wicked 6 spree. He's 2 and 6. He's having a considerable slow game for Agna. Agna usually one of the supports that gets, but he's far the lowest net worth, way behind even Shadow Demon. Again, Shadow Demon could quite farm all 4 supports that could get gold, but speaking of farm support, Skillet's got the Crumbs and the Atos. He did die at one time, giving quite a lot of gold, about 700. At a 5 kill streak. I'm gonna Tranquil Boots now. I have a plan to invade the Radiant jungle. We can actually close up to farm. Pinging the Ember Spirit, who's got Veil of Discord going into Shiva's Guard. AK Wave and the Creep, they're gonna try to siege the tier 2. We'll have a catapult coming their way in about 20 seconds. We'll get here. There's no other objective for YG to take. They've claimed the tier 2 top, so they need to come defend if they want. Otherwise, they're just gonna farm it. Yep, no young PH abandons it. I'm happy with this trade.
Radiant's bottom tower
Maybe
faces
they really
a
want to first have to think.
Radiant's bottom tower has rung its
Or just
last bell.
Okay, Basher before BKB. Wow. Not what I was
Radiant are
expecting.
scanning for enemies.
9-second BKB available for the Dragon Knights. This might be another reason why they felt cared about it. Oh, 10. It's a long way mid. Meanwhile, the arena is onto Rapido. He's gonna pop the tombstone in the middle of the river. The Ursa just cleans up Teehee. And trying to find something. It's gonna be AK jumping in to follow up, and that's a dead Shadow Demon. The Muerta will follow suit. Rapido somehow stands his ground, but not for much longer as the Mars comes in to finish him off. Young PH. Remnant Forder, he's running out of remnants. How can he get out of here? I don't think he actually can. That's another sleight of fist. That's a nice dodge, but Ken will zip on top of him. KSH comes in. They want to fire the storm, but he is being stunned. Really chasing this Storm Spirit, running out of mana. Can he zip away from the Ursa? KSH getting juked by the Fog of War. And now the Dragon Knight with the BKB just right-clicking the Bulwark Mars here. This is the tree somehow, and now he jumps forward. KSH about to find a double. Only Drake there as Ken will die. AK being kited as the Dragon Tail blinks out. And I think we ended up as a 3-for-3 with the 4 fours standing. Mid and carry for Ivory and carry and offlane for YG. Forward, the fight hasn't finished, and I don't even know why the Mars is still here. Nice observer word. See him, and oh, 4F gets caught by Ken. Ken is running out of mana. There's another disruption for him. He's gonna go for the demonic cleanse first. Getting chased, a dead shot didn't quite connect, but ooh, calling of the dead. Another blink forward from AK, and 4F will die. Quite a valiant effort from both him and Muerta. Sean will be up in 26 seconds. That's where on the map, PNP farming and pushing. Did die though, that last team fight. He had a wicked sick spot. All that and managed to take home.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Rick potentially trying to put in a word to protect Roshan. The Pugna word will spot the respawn. Rapido has the Crimson Guard, but he's getting chased. Ursa and Muerta are coming for him. Jump forward, bash, Ados, dead shot. Easy kill. Payback for the laning phase is what KSH says. And finds a regen and zip forward. Young PH. I have a Remnant Elbow Swear, the closest is to him. Regen will still work, but it's slow, and they're zipping and walking around each other. Spirit Brothers playing a nice game of tag. Spirit Vortex available. PH will get interrupted. Now turns around. Go further as the mana region isn't fast enough for the storm. And PH will not be able to join the team in Roshampi. That's why AK jumping in. Arena, BKB, Bash. AK versus Ursa. KSH is not looking too hot now. The Dragon Knight starts getting a little bit healed, but not sufficient now. Turning the focus onto Roshan. Muerta goes in. Zorin will push the Dragon Knight out of the pit. Dragon Knight tries to stay away, but Zorin will get the last hit and the Aegis. Ivory is really struggling in this team fight. Zorin will already lose the Aegis. Ken has arrived, but so is Young PH coming in with the Remnants hot. The Muerta will die. Mars responds. Where's the Ursa? I don't see him. Oh, he's jumping in right now, taking a lot of damage. Pops the Enrage, hops out of the pit. The team fight continues, but the Dragon Knight has fallen. Rapido really wants to get on top of Young PH, but he can't quite get there. Ken, without the mana, I really feel like he could go for more, and Zorin spots the lack of mana, so that's gonna mean another opportunity to jump on top of him. Yule Scepter, Spear of Mars, connects to the tree. He needs some follow-up, but both Young PH and KSH are quite low on HP. He's trying to man up in a 1 versus 2, but look at KSH on the high ground, catching Can, blinking forward to get on top of him, and they will take out the Storm Spirit. Rapido about to die, which means a full team wipe as YG will dominate this Roshan fight. taking the Aegis, and Roshan is also what allowed for Zore to do so much work. YG, pole position to win, 72% win probability. The fact that they haven't had a hero lead a network chart in 20 minutes. Or ever this game, because I think it was their dying leading the chart and then the Dragonite since. But clearly it's not enough. Dragonites gonna finish the Daedalus, so he's gonna have an extra damage for the next fight.
Dire's middle tower is under Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Link forward, they're gonna find a solo kill onto the Muerta. He's gonna buy more time with corruption, but she will fall now. Ken goes real deep onto Forev. Forev tries to run away. Demonic Cleanse, not enough. He will join the Muerta in the afterlife. Only consolation prizes for the Ivory team, who are also gonna lose the second Tormentor. Ursa going for it. Sorry. That was a 9-second BKB, by the way. Okay. It's a bit of a mistake there. And the shard will be claimed by Young PH. It was him or KSH. I think he would have preferred Ursa to get it, but he's not in their favor. And speaking of leading network chart, Young PH is doing it right now. Getting that 14 card. Also 2,000 gold away from a full Aghanim Scepter. Let's see, what is he gonna get? Serrated Shiv. Oh, he went for Whisper, Vampiric Whisper of the Dread. Sting. And Dragontail is there, but look at the arena. Spear AK gets jebaited and killed.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
YG has played some very, very solid Dota. At least in this first map, and with this Daedalus, there is no buyback.
Flounder. Dire's bottom tower is under
Puts a bearing for the Muerta. She's gonna get a dragon. I don't think she's gonna change it. I think she's probably just saving
Dire's
mana,
bottom tower won't
mana drought, and then maybe later on picking the Gunpowder Gauntlet, tough one. But yeah, for now I think she'll probably just
bottom tower is about to flounder.
jumping forward, and that's another death for Tihi, who's got 8 deaths.
Tower couldn't withstand the
Spotted someone. I think they spotted a Hoodwink.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Pulls up in the air. No way for him to get out. Taken away.
That's no good.
8 deaths for Forev, Vito, Drake, and Tihi. Storm tries to split push bottom. Ooh, KSH TP. Have control of the outpost. Insta bash Rapido. He was barely just outside of his base and got punished, so that means he's gonna have the most deaths right now. And with Ceaseless Dirge on cooldown for 250 seconds, he doesn't have a quick timer either. High ground push will begin.
Radiant are scanning for enemy.
Tier 3 already losing half of HP. Blinks forwards. He's spotted in the tree line. My goodness. AK-47. No, that's not his name. It's just AK. Turn around. They get any single kill here to control. The Ember will fall. Yes, he will. And finds that one. They are very deep. KSH and Zore not controlling the supports and they're getting the kill. But the Tombstone starting to get this to work. KSH does not have an Aegis, and Rage in 1 second does not manage to survive long enough for it, and they dove way too deep. Double buyback, triple buyback from Ivory to punish his overzealousness from YG. Win a good fight. AK can food alive all that time to do a ton of damage and get a goal.
Invisibility.
A bit of a throw there, I have to be honest.
Scanning for enemies.
Your 2 mid will be under siege. They don't have creep stop to take that one as well, so go for the high ground with 30 seconds. Back and the 45. Wow, okay. So Ivory will use their own 45 to try to protect a little bit of their creeps. They will still have the catapults in there. Thinking onto the high ground, they want to get something in it. 15 seconds for F. That's some disruption, that means he will be an easy target to pick up by 10. For 50, no buyback for Forever. That's a bit of a mistake there. And Tombstone, but so far forward. Not sure you can do it. Oh my god, Drake takes so much damage from the Ember Spirit. Even going forward, that's a dead dieback for Tiki. Bash onto AK-47 with the BKB, tries to run away as a blink in 2 seconds, but he is being controlled. Heals up in the air, will catch the very last moment, turns around with the Dragon Tail, but they die. 4 of them is Young PH. Absolute menace. Catching, slicing, dicing.
Radiant's middle barracks getting what they deserve.
Couldn't even get racks. Both teams trying to get more than what they can do. Punished either side. No buybacks needed from YG for this, and they know that 3 out of the 4 death for Ivory are going to be on the deck for a long time.
Are so small, the world will hardly notice.
And what can you do? He's got the Orchid, Parasma, and the Amplified damage. Get a Wisdom Rune, getting himself closer to level 25, but still a way off from having it.
Dire's bottom tower has
Bottom tower gets claimed. Need to kill the creeps in mid.
Dire's middle tower is
By clicking the racks and get spotted. Yules in the air. How did they see the man? Oh, what an observer word. Ken getting controlled and killed, and because he purchased the Orchid, buyback. This is bad. If you're an Ivory fan,
By the board, Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
you might have to pray for that game too, because YG
structures are fortified.
are in cruise control right now. Despite that deep dive
Dire's bottom barracks
2 minutes ago. Right now, in pole position to win this game. AK will try. Hold down the Ursa, turns it out with the BKB. Feels like too tough of a job, especially when you don't have the whole team. 40 seconds until Roshan is back, but they managed to kill Drake. KSA choosing the Abyssal for that. He will die again. Vito can only look at the opponents, killing his supports. He has the 9-second BKB on the Undying. Tombstone being taken now. Oh my god, Young PH is going so deep. Zorin is followed up. They're on top of him. This is gonna be a dead AK. He does have the buyback. If Rapido could bait him a little bit closer to the fountain, and maybe AK with the buyback might catch them by surprise, but there will be no dragon form. Rapido really trying to create enough space for his team to respawn. And will be back. They've lost 4 out of 6 racks. And AK will buy back. Let's see. YG.
Dire's top tower is gone.
How are you gonna approach this one? PH going in and out, Ken doing the same thing at the same time. And with all 5 respawning, YG will retreat. But they've taken more than what they needed. Young PH going in. Zorin instant stun onto Ken. The Storm gets controlled and hexed. And that's gonna be game. No way they can still fight here. Where's the Dragon Knight? It doesn't matter where he is. It's a GG and a disconnect from Drake. As Ivory lose the first map. It's similar to what happened to them yesterday, but they managed to bounce back and go for the reverse sweep. So let's see if they can do that to YG, but YG is such a in game 1. You know, we thought the Undying might have actually punished the Ursa enough because at about minute. Such a big 2.5 levels and like 1.5k some point, but it wasn't enough. Stick to the plan, and it's perfectly executed. I'm gonna send it to a break. I'll be back with gear.
I was talking about this December 20th. Carstensz played like yesterday as well, actually, against Roar Gaming, and they ended up losing. Meanwhile, Veroja did play yesterday against Copites, and they ended up winning. I think for a lot of these teams, there might just be, we might actually have quite a few tiebreakers coming out here. Unfortunately for Carstensz, you know, they have 5 series losses already. So despite this being their last series that they are going to play, I'm not sure if they actually can qualify at this point. Everyone else in the tournament has at least 2 or more series wins. In fact, Murvox, I think they have 2 series wins and 3 series losses. So we will see what the standings are going to be, but I'm not sure if Carstensz can actually qualify anymore. Might as well play a good series of Dota though to improve, and then you know you can come back for next season and continue to compete. Ember Spirit, Wind Ranger, and Pugna picked up for Veroja, and Carstensz picked up a Snapfire and Dragon Knight. Carstensz have a pretty solid lineup. I don't think there have been many changes to the Dragon Knight. He's mostly a hero that it doesn't matter how much you patch the Dragon Knight, right? It just seems like he's always going to be pretty strong. Meanwhile, Wind Ranger is one of those S tier picks, at least in my opinion, on the mid lane role, on the carry role. I think Wind Ranger can actually work out in a pretty solid way on the offlane too, but you need a more stable, safe lane hero with the Wind Ranger.
10
Carstensz,
seconds remaining.
meanwhile, they have that 4th
5
pick.
seconds remaining.
Ideally, they need something with more disable against the Ember. It could be of good benefit or massive benefit to them just to have that silence. You can't go for a support anymore like the Lion or something like that, but you may want to go for a core that has that disable. um Not really too many cores come to mind just to be able to disable the Ember. We saw a Slark, and surprisingly, we saw a Slark successful. Roar Gaming did have that one. There we go, an offlane hero that has that disable, although, you know, he comes in with a very high cooldown ultimate. So the Ravage certainly going to be a factor. How much it's going to be a factor depends on the follow-up. You have the Mortimers, you have the Rubik spells and the Dragon Knight to come in for the physical damage. But Veroja pick up the Ursa Warrior, one of the heroes that is pretty good against a Tidehunter in the lane. So Carstensz don't exactly have a very easy lane. Meanwhile, Veroja,
5 seconds remaining.
let's see what Veroja will be opting for. As far as their own offlane goes, Carstensz, and what I'm interested to know is whether or not this Dragon Knight will be the carry or if he's going to be on the mid lane. You see the Ember Spirit on the other side, you can play a Dragon Knight for that stable mid lane, or you can attempt to win the mid lane by picking up a Puck or a Storm. The Storm won't exactly win the lane because it is a skill based matchup,
Dire team ban.
but the Puck does have a good shot at winning the lane. And one of the reasons I'm suggesting a Puck or the Storm is high control heroes, highly maneuverable heroes against the Ursa Warrior. You can just guide him around, and you can possibly take him out. That might be a good way to go about it for Veroja. They do end up banning the Slark, so they're not fully expecting a Dragon Knight to be on the carry position.
5 seconds remaining.
Carstensz do ban on the
Red team
Mars.
ban.
As Veroja, they're fully invested in this Dragon Knight being on the mid lane. Well, they're fully expecting it anyway. Carstensz do have another ban, but they will have the pick after it.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team
Centaur Warrunner being banned out. Veroja, pick up the Doom. Interesting. This is not exactly, I would say, a great lineup coming out by Veroja, but it is
10 seconds
pretty good.
remaining.
One of the things that we will have to see is how you
5 seconds
play with the
remaining.
kind of greediness that Doom goes for. Usually with the maybe he goes for the Hand of Midas, maybe he doesn't, but the Doom likes to farm. The Ember Spirit also needs some decent farm. Ursa Warrior is also going to be farming away. Sure, all of those heroes do converge in the mid-game timing, so Veroja will definitely have that. But Carstensz have naturally despite of the fact that Carstensz also want to farm, Dragon Knight comes online much faster and can fight back pretty easily just with having the armlet and the Mask of Madness. Meanwhile, Tidehunter, sure, you can play the Nanoplankton Eater Facet, you can play for the Radiance and those really greedy items. I don't think that should be the case, but at the end, you have the Mortimers, you have the Ravage, you have the Rubik that can also steal the Doom, steal the Wind Rangers, Power Shot. So you can be playing for just the spells, and you might be able to take Veroja's heroes out. They don't actually have that tankiness. Carstensz will pick up a Monkey King. Not exactly too sure about this pick. OMQ certainly probably has a plan for it, but the Doom and the Ursa can overpower the Monkey King. Sure, you can activate your Jingu, but if you have the Doom on top of you, how exactly are you going to dish out the Boundless Strike for that lifesteal? The auto attack lifesteal is not that high. Usually you want to dish out the Boundless Strike. That's how you are able to regenerate your HP. But at the same time, a lot of AoE potential, right? Ravage, Mortimer's, Wukong's command. You can see the plan from Carstensz. But for Veroja, pretty good Ember Spirit pick, if I'm being honest. Now that there's a full lineup here, you need someone maneuverable, and Veroja, very much so, their mid lane hero, or rather their mid lane player, Prota, is the playmaker for their team. Let's see what the rest of their lineup is able to do. There is a bit of a contrast in the tier 1 scene and the tier 2 scene, in the sense that in the tier 1 scene you usually have Wind Ranger carries, or rather core Wind Rangers being picked up. In the tier 2 to tier 3 scene, I'm seeing a lot of support Wind Rangers. Roar tried it, they gave Clove the Wind Ranger. Veroja are now playing with a support Wind Ranger as well, so we'll see. Someone asked who Maivo is and whether or not he's a stand-in. I'm not actually sure. I do think that this is Womi, Veroja's own offlaner, but it could be a stand-in. Who really knows? We'll see what the case is.
Prepare for battle.
Live by the sword. Die by the dragon.
That hurt me a bit.
Rubik with almost the Grandmaster levels, right? He's probably level 28, level 29 on the Rubik, very close to a Grandmaster. I wonder when they'll buff up the Rubik. The Rubik is actually in a perfect position, but he doesn't actually offer too much in the lane, which is the biggest problem with the Rubik. You need more to be going in the lane's favor than just the Fade Bolt, which, to be fair, is great, but you can't... It's not enough, I would say. A very stable, a very basic offlane.
Who wants cookies?
As
You sass
the
me.
tips will come out.
30 seconds.
Good luck have wants to be thrown out by Carstensz though. I'm not sure what crash car means. Veroja are certainly... Oh, I forgot the logos aren't up, so I will turn up the logos for you guys. It is going to be Carstensz on the dire side, but I will just adjust it for whoever just, you know, starts to tune in. And Veroja on the left. There we go. You should be able to see it on your screens now. There we go. Mid lane Dragon Knight versus Ember Spirit, a very stable, a very basic lane, I suppose. There's not really too much the Dragon Knight can do, not really too much the Ember Spirit can do against each other. I think both of them should just look to farm and just rotate once they have their respective items. For the Ember Spirit, the power spikes come from the runes, at least super early on. When you have that vessel up, perhaps you can go for some more kills. But a good power rune means that he can rotate towards some of these side lanes from among Daya. It's usually just a farm up on that Dragon Knight. Get that early or as quick as you can. Get the Blink Dagger, and once you have the Blink Dagger, you can look to rotate. Wonder if he goes for a Mage Slayer here, but unlikely. The only hero that a Mage Slayer would be really good against is this Ember Spirit, and perhaps that Doom, to be honest. If he's able to reduce the Doom's damage by 40%, that would be significant. Especially since the Doom is now buffed in the sense that the Aghanim Scepter massively increases the Doom's damage output. I'm talking about the ability, the Doom's ultimate's damage output. KNP on the Tide. Rubik can't do much to the Ursa, but the Tidehunter can hold him back with the Gush and the Anchor Smash, reducing his damage. Of course, it is a bit of negation more so than it is, you know, making him powerless, because you do have the Fury Swipes. At the end of the day, the Anchor Smash can't reduce his damage output to the point where CJ, you know, is not going to be still hurting you. We'll see how well he does, because CJ does not exactly have an aggressive support beside him. He has a Pugna, so this kind of defensive support will just mean that CJ just has to farm up for that Battle Fury, eventually for that Battle Fury Blink Dagger. But top lane, Boombui was almost going to go down. Unfortunately, Buhao couldn't actually get the kill. He was a bit afraid of that Wukong, or that Boundless Strike, which would have come off of cooldown if he decided to chase further. But these are a lot of creeps against this Monkey King. He is just farming up. Mid lane. Again, both of these two mid laners going toe to toe, really. 13 lost hits for both the Ember and the Dragon Knight. OMQ does have 10 CS. Meanwhile, the Ursa Warrior has 12. So it seems like all the cores here are pretty much even. Even the offlane heroes here. Maivo has 8 CS on the Doom. The Tidehunter KNP has about 7. So no one actually coming out ahead with a massive advantage. And no one really grabbing first blood. So it does seem like both teams are playing this very careful.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, OMQ, he ends up grabbing up first blood as CJ gets a kill on KNP. Maivo does find Boombui though, so overall, it might just actually favor Veroja because they got the 2 kills. OMQ will not dive inside of that tier 1 tower, but because of the 2 kills, and you have to always consider CJ is the one who grabbed the kill and the Doom on the offlane position. So sure, first blood goal going the way of farm queues will definitely benefit him, but it's a nice recovery by Veroja to grab a kill from their own carry and from their own offlane. CJ wants to go in. KNP will be going back. Well, at least a bit back. Can't exactly play too aggressive, but it's actually Pota who'll end up grabbing the kill on Mamang Daya. Towards the mid lane, thanks to Ren who came, or rather Buhao who came in. That is a massive loss to Carstensz. They lose their mid lane hero, and this is a game where you want to get that early Blink Dagger for your Dragon Knight. Sure, the Ember Spirit will still need to farm up for the urn, for the vessel later on, and so there's still a bit of leeway that Mamang Daya will have. But it is a level advantage that the Ember Spirit currently possesses. So he'll actually hit his remnants earlier than Mamang Daya will hit his dragon form. Only thing is, both of these two heroes do very different things with their ultimates. The first dragon form of the game will probably be used by Mamang Daya to dish out pressure towards a tier 1 tower, while Pota might just go look for rotations or continue farming up once his remnant is up. Oh, Pota missed his Searing Chains there. Has no more mana or HP. Is very close to his level 6, so I think he's just going to stick around. Grab the level 6. Needs to be careful because Mamang Daya is coming in. A Dragon Tail is ready. The Breath of Fire gets sent out. One more hit will do the trick, as Mamang Daya may lose his life, but he's going to be very happy about that exchange, taking out Pota before he goes down, making that risky dive inside of the tier 1 tower very well worth it. Both offlane heroes actually going back together towards the fountain. Very interesting. As the 6-minute power rune is going to spawn towards that top side, away from Mamang Daya though. Pota comes in, has the Searing Chains at the ready. Buhao does do a fairly large amount of damage. The kill shot is going to miss, but Ren may still end up going down. Juju's Nether Ward actually picks up the kill. But they do keep their mid laner safe, right? Mamang Daya did stay alive. That doesn't mean that Veroja did not find the better exchange there, as KNP constantly being pressured. 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom is spawning, but I don't see any moves being made. I don't think anyone's going to go for those Shrines of Wisdom. Maybe CJ will though. Is wrapping around, but no, decides against it. The Dire Scan also comes out, so if CJ went for that shrine, they would have been able to spot it out. Doom farming up towards that top lane.
Dire's middle tower
Vomi will have the phase boost, so he's not really going for the Midas as they take CJ out towards that bot side. Good kills being found by Carstensz overall. It's not exactly a situation where they're behind anymore. I think they are pretty much ahead, as a first dragon form of the game doesn't get used to pressure the tower. In fact, Mamang Daya's own tower is going to get pressured. Juju with the level 3 Nether Blast will be able to take the first tower of the game. Surprising maneuver, and I think that's going to hurt Carstensz quite a bit, because you always want to get the tower down with your Dragon Knight, especially on a mid lane Dragon Knight. He's not playing a carry, he's not playing someone that should just be farming away. I am missing too many kills, I apologize for that, but not going to miss this counter initiation. Unfortunately, they can't close the gap on CJ, won't be able to stun him down. But it is Juju's teleport that will spot out the fact that there are 3 heroes here. That might just mean they make a play on Bumbui towards the mid lane. Shackled down, coming in from Buhao, and one more slide of fist from Pota will do the trick. They will pick up the kill, and will just go back. 2,000 of a net worth advantage up for Veroja. This might get out of control. Net worth wise, it is very much the Ember Spirit who is at the very top. It's expected because he has 2 kills and 2 assists and has only died once. Meanwhile, CJ is also doing pretty well on the Ursa Warrior. Not as well as the Monkey King carry, not as well as the Q is for Carstensz, but well enough. And because CJ will go for the Battle Fury, he should be able to recover in terms of his farm. As Q goes for a Diffusal Blade, so he will stagnate on his farming capacity. But they're looking for Vomi. Wukong's command is there. Q doesn't want to dish it out. Vomi is going to throw out the Doom as the Pugna is here too. Juju might actually end up dropping. This was a very surprising turnaround. This was Carstenz's move to make, and now they're actually going to lose 2 of their heroes for this. A blunder being made by their lineup, costing them their carry, and with that death, that's actually going to mean that Veroja are at the top of the net worth from all 3 of their cores. Did not expect Q to just die like that. I mean, you should know, you should have a game plan, a strategy when you go in on the Doom always. Ren did not have his own level 6, so he couldn't steal the Doom away. He couldn't steal the Nether Blast or the Life Drain or anything just to help out the Monkey King. Sure, the Life Drain wouldn't have done anything, but it does seem like Veroja, they're just feeling super safe to pressure anywhere they want. Even once again towards that top side, Ren. This time around, the Wukong command is going to be there. Q does not have the Diffusal Blade, has used his Boundless Strike, and Vomi will just make his way out of here. KMP does have the Ravage and the Phase Boots, but it's actually towards that bot lane where he's needed. Boomboy will not have his Tidehunter beside him. Is going to end up falling. Is going to ping out the empty space. He thinks there's a ward there, but there's really no ward. There's just that. It's just Veroja playing aggressive, and will be able to find another tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This is
Radiant's top tower
not looking too good for them. Q still needs about 300 gold, 340 gold for his Diffusal Blade, 325 gold now, but it's 10 and 3 on the scoreboard. Mamang Daya is still farming away. And when you take a look at how far away he is from his Blink Dagger, I wonder, even when he does get that Blink, are they going to be ahead enough so that they can get some kills going?
Dire's top tower is
Because right now, look how aggressive Veroja are playing. They don't know that there's a ward on that cliff there, so they won't be able to pick up a kill, but they're going to snuff or snub out Carstensz completely.
attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
12-minute power rune is spawning. It's going to be on that top side. Pota will just go back, but should be there to grab it up. Buhao is holding that position. All the meanwhile, CJ farming up for his Battle Fury should have it in about 600 gold or around 1.5 minutes. I think this is a great Battle Fury timing. He is at the very top of the net worth chart. And his team can look to build up space. KMP doesn't have a Blink Dagger, is actually going for that Aghanim Scepter for the ground targeted wave gush. But Ember Spirit, Pota will actually go forward with the power shot coming into play. This will be a kill. So one more slide of fist will end up being Ren's end. And I don't think they can punish the Ember. However, there is a ward on that cliff, so Pota needs to be really careful about this one. He is, or rather does not have an additional remnant to use, but can perhaps dodge out the tail. He can't. Pota has overextended. They will take down the Observer Ward now, but with Pota giving up his life, it should just be Veroja going back. Still though, I don't see a way where Carstensz can actually push out any of these towers. They're still waiting for Mamang Daya's blink. And that might just be the big turnaround point for Carstensz. I think they should just look to play a lot more aggressive. Juju,
Radiant structures are fortified.
or rather Buhao, was not able to shackle Ren down. However, Ren needs to be careful. Pota is going to come in, has the steering chains, and that kill shot is going to be a kill confirmed. 6,000 of a lead right now, and no end in sight to Carstens's suffering. CJ going to come on over.
Dire are scanning.
Q dishes out the Wukong's command once more. But Womi will just simply walk out, but he cannot walk out of Mamang Dial's Blink Dagger. Decrepify is going to come out by Juju as well as a Life Drain. It keeps Womi alive going, as Juju hasn't died either. Mamang Dial will have another Blink, but they won't need to use it. It will be the Diffusal Blade coming in from Q. However, the response does come in. Pota, alongside the rest of his team, to punish Mamang Dial for his over-excursion. He will end up going down, as Q needs to keep himself alive too. Trying to hide inside of those trees. His team can't hide though. KNP may have the Ravage, but there's no follow-up for it. Pota, in the end, they'll be able to get multiple kills, with CJ coming in with the Ursa Warrior will actually look towards punishing KNP too, held in by the shackle. The gush was not enough. Q is gonna come in to confirm the kill, but they have lost 4 of their heroes. And all they really found were the 2. Womi died, and so did Buhao, but that is really not going to be worth it. 1,300 gold going their way. Now, the big silver lining is the fact that their Monkey King did come out with the majority of the gold they got and the majority of the experience, but is that going to be enough? Particularly when you had the Ursa Warrior survive that entire engagement. CJ will have a Blink Dagger up soon. You have the Ember Spirit who will have a Kaya up soon. Or actually, will have a Kaya up really soon, because he'll be able to get the skill here. Actually, no, Juju picks up the kill. Look at the assist goal. It's barely anything. 94 for the Ember Spirit and the Wind Ranger. So those two just got about, what, 47 gold each? Mamang Daya disengaging. Hasn't really had the kind of game that he wants. 7,000 of a lead means that they're in serious trouble. Womi, ooh,
Dire's middle tower
will
is under
just
attack.
teleport back to that bot lane.
Excellent idea.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Portal looking for the entry. Q gets hit by the power shot. That is just so much damage on him. Can't lifesteal out of that one. If he gets initiated upon by multiple heroes, then I think the Vessel plus the Ursa Warrior will just swipe them down. CJ is busy with other things though. It is Roshan that he wants to contend with. The Aegis will go their way. There's really no one nearby to contest this. And Veroja will have a massive advantage for the next team fight. Womi farming up for his Sanj and Yasha, not really going for any kind of auras against so much of that magical damage coming in from the other side. But when we look at these engagements, it really does seem that Veroja are able to deal out more magical damage, despite not really having abilities apart from, say, the power shot and the Ember Spirit's magic damage. Carstensz have, you know, the Snapfire, the Rubik, the Ravage, even Mamang Daya's Breath of Fire dishes some nice 320 burst damage. Even though it's not magical, it is physical, but it's a spell. It's spell damage. Mamang Daya teleporting in. He saw Buhao. He will blink on top of the Wind Ranger. It's going to be CJ who will just jump on in instead. Has the Enrage at the ready. Ravage comes out in response. The Doom was used on the Ravage and stolen by Ren. That might give the space to Carstensz to actually initiate on again, but CJ was ready. And Mamang Daya is all alone. They won't be able to take the Doom out. Mamang Daya will just end up going down. Ren has revealed his position as well. And with the Slide of Fist coming in, so too is the Shackles available. And Ren will fall. CJ will end up with an Ultra kill. And in the end, he won't even have to give up his Aegis for it. A disaster for Carstensz. Snapfire was the first point of contact there. So the Mortimers didn't really do anything. The Ravage didn't really do anything. I mean, the Ravage did buy them some time. And great job done by Ren to actually steal away the Doom. But that's not worth it at all.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Q. Held in by the Shackles once more. As Pota... He has a Searing Signet, so these Searing Chains do quite a bit. It's Womi who is going to get hit by the stuns, and there's not a whole lot of mana left for Pota, but they will be able to capture Ren. At the very least, they'll be able to bring the Rubik down as CJ jumps forward on towards Mamang Daya. The bash comes out on towards the Dragon Knight. He is going to take a bow. CJ on a wicked 6 streak. 12,000 of an advantage, 20 minutes in, and the tier 2 towers, they're now theirs for the taking. Veroja's towers are so incredibly healthy on all 3 lanes. In fact, the mid lane tower hasn't taken a single point of damage. Well, has taken 9 hit points of damage, so has taken 9 points of damage, but that's it. That's all they've gotten. There's a Meteor Hammer up for Buhao. He decides not to use it. Solar Crest on KNP. He does not have the Ravage, making him an easy target. Actually, Womi is going to go in with that stun, with that Lurker stun. Tendrils of the Deep, I think. Pota did end up getting stunned down, though. Can they actually take him out? They will be able to, but their heroes are falling like flies on their own high ground. Especially with CJ jumping on over, has the Enrage available, has found the bash on Mamang Daya, and with the Doom coming out, Mamang Daya should end up going down, but CJ couldn't find the hits. Q is here ready and waiting. There's a Ravage up for KNP2. He's going to go in for the Ravage. Doesn't actually catch anyone. As Mamang Daya also fell inside of the fountain. And there aren't too much room left here for Carstensz. I think this is pretty much over. CJ is just too farmed up, has 1 minute on that Aegis. Meteor Hammer this time is going to come down on these barracks. And I don't think that Carstensz defend. Backdoor protection to momentarily kick in, but it is going to expire.
Top barracks has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Another one of those towers that is going to fall, and really there are no more rooms for error. I don't even think they have many rooms left. They have a shed, but the shed doesn't have a roof. You know, that's really the state of the game for them. There's no safety net they have. There's little to no damage output coming out from their side. Mamang Daya is going for that Orchid, but that's just an Orchid. Really, it's going to come into a time where CJ is going to have an entire BKB built up if he wants to. He may as well go for the Abyssal right now because there's nothing stopping them. Gale Force now to come online for Buhao, as Womi has a BKB of his own and the Ember Spirit has a Haste Rune at the ready. So the Orchid that might be incoming from them may not do much. They were hunting for CJ. He is gone though. They'll know where CJ is. He took out their creep wave towards the bot lane. Hmm.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
KNP is going to go forward. Pepota, he is going to get hit by the Snapfire Cookie. Another Ravage comes out, but it has not done anything. Mortimers will come out, and there's Doom stolen by Rend as he falls. Will be planted down on Pota. Nicely done by him. Unfortunately, his team can't offer any follow-up. A Shrackle shot found on towards OMQ as he is going to end up going down, but the Gush does buy them the space. Can OMQ make it out of this one? CJ has another Earth shot coming in. Won't need it. Juju will be able to pick up the kill, and with this, they should be able to take down yet another barracks because there is no more Ravage. There is no more. There are no more Mortimers. In fact, there is no more Tidehunters, so forget the Ravage. There's no KNP.
Dire's bottom tower.
At this point, I think that Carstensz can just call it. There really isn't anything
Dire's structure.
they can do. They need 3 miracles to actually find the comeback. Just the one will not do.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
GG will be called. Ramangdaya will also recognize the state of the game. And they know, despite not knowing exactly how far behind they are, they have some idea. They have 2 barracks worth of an idea. And they will instead choose to refresh and come out for game number 2 with an entirely new strategy. Hopefully, I don't actually know what strategy they're going to go for, but it should be a much different one. I think this entire game would have been different if you had a more mid-game oriented carry like Veroja had the Ursa. You can't go for a Monkey King. Monkey King just farms up too slow. You go for a Diffusal, but you're so far behind compared to heroes that build up a Battle Fury. No flash farming capacity whatsoever. And it's just a very slow game versus a team that really likes to play fast. Let's see what the strategy will be for game number 2 as we head into a short break. But we will resume with Lunar Snake Trophy right after a few minutes. where he's going to play. Meanwhile, Carstensz will pick up a Shadow Demon for their side, and let's see what they'll go for next. It's going to be, oh wow, it's going to be a Keeper of the Light. I'm actually going to have to check the changes to the draft, or rather to the patch. The Keeper of the Light is something that I see somewhat often when I'm casting some European Dota, but not really seen all that often in the Southeast Asian circuit. So Keeper of the Light's base intelligence has been increased, blinding light damage has been increased, chakra magic mana restore increased, and the Will-O-Wisp damage also increased. So a few buffs to the overall damage output being increased. Nothing super significant. Chakra magic mana restore is significant though, especially at that level 1 mark. 75 to 90, you get an additional 15 mana. That does hit the spot. Let's see though, Carstensz, they pick up Q's Templar Assassin. This is one of his, I at least in my opinion, one of his better heroes compared to something like the Monkey King.
Radiant team pick.
Ember Spirit.
Ember Spirit again being picked up for Pota, which is, I mean, he had a phenomenal Ember Spirit performance, and Ember Spirit is a pretty good hero against the Keeper of the Light. If you're quick with your sleight of fists, you might be able to dodge the Illuminate coming in its entirety. I don't know if this is going to be a Keeper of the Light on the mid lane, but I really haven't seen the Keeper of the Light play on any other lane. Veroja do pick up a Tiny. I do think that this is going to be a support Tiny. I think the changes to the Tiny means that the Avalanche as an AoE stun is good as a support, good as a core. Carstensz, certainly this pick is great. The Timber Saw, pure damage on towards the Tidehunter Ember Tiny. Even though you have a lot of sustain on Veroja, the Timber Saw is a great hero at dealing with high sustain heroes. I think Carstensz have a much better draft in this one. Although I will say that I thought Carstensz actually had a pretty good draft in that last game too. It just was executed poorly. And it was a lost pick for Carstensz that did make me worry. I really do hope that the last pick is on point this time. Sure, there's less of a reason to worry because you already have the Templar Assassin. Carstensz have their carry pick sorted out. Let's see what Veroja will go for as their carry, as I don't think it's going to be a Tiny carry. I think a Tiny is better suited on either the mid lane or as a support. Carstensz thinking about their last their last two bans. They have to think about which carry to ban out. This is a good carry to ban. The Weaver, pretty good hero in the current meta, even though there aren't too many significant changes to the Weaver specifically. But just want to make sure the Weaver is out so he can't chase your Keeper of the Light down, can't chase your Shadow Demon down. I wonder what carry will be seeing though, as the Ursa Warrior is already banned out. And that's what CJ played with last game. Veroja, this is interesting. They've actually banned out the Storm Spirit, so they're actually expecting a Keeper of the Light as a support rather than as a mid lane hero. Carstensz, meanwhile, ban out the Medusa. I will, turn off my phone's notifications, just so you don't hear the blip again. Monkey King banned out by Veroja, despite of the fact that they really did not feel all that threatened by Carstensz's carry pick last time. They're worried about it this time around, particularly because they're playing with so many melee cores, something that the Timber Saw is already going to thrive in, something that actually the Keeper of the Light is going to thrive in as well. Carstensz, last pick, have about 30 seconds of reserve time. They don't have to pick it right now, can just think it through. Ideally, you need someone that can create a break mechanism. Maybe, oh no, the Viper is already banned up. Not exactly too many mid lane heroes that offer that break. You can just play the Keeper of the Light on the mid lane and pick yourselves up a Shadow Shaman for that break, right? But already do have a Shadow Demon, so you can purge away all the bonus buffs the Tidehunter has. But here we go, only 5 seconds remaining, and they will in fact go for an Earthshaker. should be on the mid lane. I think the support Earthshaker is a lot worse than the core Earthshaker. But Veroja, they're going to go for a... Oh, wow. They're actually going to go for a Drow Ranger. Not exactly a hero I have seen in ages in the competitive meta. I believe the last time I saw the Drow may have just been in TI. This is very interesting. Playing with a Drow Ranger against a Templar Assassin is certainly, or rather even against an Earthshaker core, is certainly a risky maneuver. Sure, the Drow Ranger does do really good against a Timbersaw and maybe even a Templar Assassin if you can get to that Hurricane Pike. But let's see what the strategy will be for Veroja, as they are currently up 1 game, so they certainly know what they're doing. Carstensz, can they take it to a game number 3, as this is one of the final series for the group stage? We have one tomorrow, and then we'll have our potential tiebreakers depending on where the group stage standings are for all of the respective teams. But we will be heading into this game shortly. Should be heading into the game shortly. I'm not exactly sure what the holdup is. Probably from the client side. This is one of the longer waits that we've had, but there we go. The game has started up now. 42 assists for Juju's last match as a Naga Siren. Holy moly, that is a lot of assists. But even Ren had won his last game as the Keeper of the Light. Those aren't competitive stats. Those are just the
Really now? You should have seen that
pub
coming.
stats, right? Certain mic issues, but they should be sorted out. Meanwhile, I will also take this time to adjust the logos for you guys. Just to make sure that they are perfect. There we go. Logos have been adjusted, as the in-game logos are a bit bugged, but that's okay. Let's see what kind of game Pota can craft up for his team, as certainly it will depend upon him to be able to get the job done, to be able to amp up the tempo. Womi wants to start or resume with the game. So too does Ren, and the teams will agree. They will resume the game and should be heading right into it. Very early 5-man smoke. Now what this usually means is that you see Pota or Juju, both of them carry an observer ward. Well, they want to place an observer ward somewhere over here, somewhere over the high ground vision. That's why you usually smoke up super early on. Pota's making a run for it over on the mid lane.
Shocking.
Yep, there we go. Observer ward planted down.
You look ravaged.
MPL Season 30, I'm not sure what that is.
30 seconds to battle.
Really now? You should have seen that coming.
Tried to play Mobile Legends, but only got Epic. Can't go Legend. I'm not really sure how the rankings work in Mobile Legends, because I don't really play it. Might give it a try, but we don't speak about Mobile Legends here. This is Dota. This is the superior esport, the superior game. Of course, it's a really different one. It's like kind of comparing an apple to an orange, because it is a PC game versus a mobile game. So there's really no competition there. It is going to be a Keeper of the Light. So not exactly sure what exactly the Keeper of the Light can get done as a support hero. Let's see though, because this is usually, you know, the Keeper of the Light is one of the more annoying heroes as a position 4 role, because you're just going to be in the trees dishing out the illuminates. This can work against you because you naturally then start to push out the lane. And not to mention, the level 1 illuminate also does a lot of damage. 185 magical damage is quite significant. Ren may just be dead here. Blood Grenade and the Frost Arrows are on top of him. Juju will be able to create some body blocks going his way. Ren cannot actually escape. And I think he's just dead. One more Frost Arrow will just do the trick. CJ will end up grabbing first blood. SKNP tries to find the return. Will just be able to. I think one more Whirling Death will do the trick. But that is, at the end of the day, just a return kill. CJ got the first blood gold. Juju might actually get a lot of experience here on the Naga Siren. Mid lane Ember versus Earthshaker is a surprisingly good lane for the Earthshaker. Although I'm not you know, that the skill build for the Earthshakers of the world has changed on the core position, where previously you now go for the Tectonic build-up facet. And where previously you used to max out your Enchant Totem, you now max out your Aftershock. So it's different for the Earthshaker now. Buhao is playing support Tiny with a Tidehunter. So I'm not exactly sure how they plan on getting a kill. Certainly doesn't really seem possible on the Templar Assassin. Avalanche Toss, gosh, it's decent. It's a decent set of abilities. They don't actually synergize with each other is the problem. So Boombui, he has the disruption. He can actually just disable whoever is trying to charge in. So he can essentially create a buffer for OMQ to stay safe. At the same time, Veroja are building up somewhat of an advantage. I say somewhat because OMQ is at the very top of the CS chart, pretty far ahead of the Drow Ranger. But you always have to consider that it is in the end a Drow Ranger versus a Templar Assassin. So while in the mid game Templar Assassin is going to be stronger, but that's only true if you can get on top of the Drow Ranger. If you can't close the gap, Drow will be stronger. The amount of damage that the Drow Ranger can do because of the marksmanship, pierce through enemies and also ignore their base armor, means that the Timbersaw, or rather high armor heroes like the Phantom Assassin who have a high base armor, won't be able to survive that easily. But it is, you know, one of the few times I have been casting a Drow Ranger as a core, or rather a Drow Ranger in general. OMQ needs to be careful. There is a toss available. Boombui does have the disruption, so OMQ can just walk that one off. Kota with the Ember. Rather, it's the Tidehunter. Topside is in a bit of trouble. He may have the blubber, but it's not exactly going to help him survive. This should end up being a kill for Carstensz. All they really need is a few more lost hits. Boombui will be able to secure the pickup with his poisons. And that is a good return. Already we are seeing this game is going to be massively different compared to that game number 1, where Carstensz, they have the heroes required to scale up in terms of just heavy amounts of damage overall. Ren has the blinding light to just push away the Drow Ranger. And now it's actually Juju in a bit of trouble. The Whirling Death is there. Juju is probably going to fall. KNP can just chase him down with another Whirling Death coming about. Juju does have a fair bit of movement speed, so actually will be able to stay alive.
Killed.
Interesting space created, I suppose. As even without the boots of speed up, KNP has a boost of speed. It only has about 325 movement speed. Naga Siren, without the boots of speed, has 345. So that is a very high amount of movement speed for a hero, for a Naga Siren. Ota. Level 3 Flame Guard at the ready, as Mamang Daya does need to be a bit careful. Teleports are coming in from both sides. It's a Keeper of the Light, as the Blinding Light will actually push Pota in. He has one more Searing Chain, and that will be enough for him to actually get the kill first. Ren needed one more hit to go down, but Buhao will not be able to find it. Tree Toss is there though, Buhao making it work. Ironwood Branch planted down, grabbed up, and thrown at Ren. CJ will disconnect, but that's okay. CJ can disconnect. He has every right to disconnect, but we here hope that he reconnects.
My horse says nay, and so do I. No mana.
Okay, that's also an interesting voice line. How much is that gold? 157 plus 113. I think it's a kill on Buhao, right?
Get off my lawn. What's a lawn?
Mid-death, Buhao calls it. I mean, technically, you know, the Ember was able to get the kill first on Mamang Daya before he went down. And as the supports arrived, turned out it just turned into a support brawl more than anything else. Go call will be sounded out as CJ will reconnect. Have yet to see him play on a very, you know, passive Gary hero like the Drow. Can't really pierce through any armor when he doesn't have his marksmanship up, and even when he does, you know, Timbersaw, mostly the reactive armor is bonus armor and not base armor. So Drow Ranger can't actually pierce through that, but you can pierce through the base one. You'll still need to find a way to reduce the Timbersaw's bonus armor. As Pota continuing to play aggressive, but needs to respect the fact that Carstensz will bring in their supports. They won't actually allow Pota to snowball the way that he did in the previous game. Bot side. Timber certainly has been left to his own devices. Meanwhile, Keeper of the Light, he has been,
Dire's structures are fortified.
I guess, playing a bit passive. It is the Naga Siren who will sacrifice himself, though, to keep the Rao Rangers safe. A well worth it sacrifice. As KNP has the level 6 up, so he has the blades now coming online. The Beyblades that he can throw at the other team. Juju will end up going down.
Radiant's bottom
And really no real punishment from the other side in response. They kind of have to just play passive. It's a greater than 1,000 net worth advantage being built up by Carstensz. And they might be even able to break through this tier 1 tower very soon. KNP, he just really needs one more creep wave. In fact, he will take apart these creeps. And so this tier 1 tower is guaranteed to die. Or guaranteed to fall. Towers don't die, they only fall.
Radiant's
Pota,
bottom
once
tower
again,
has fallen.
playing so aggressive. One more thing that he wants to just farm up for his Spirit Vessel. But right now, he just wants to get the Searing Change down. As Buhao comes in, disruption is not going to be a factor. Boomboy will end up losing his life. In fact, Pota will be the one to grab the kill, despite the toss should have been the finisher there. The only thing is, I'm not really seeing Veroja being able to pick up towers as well as Carstensz can. So it will definitely be a slow game for them. Pota going in with the urn. Will he actually dive inside of the tower here? This will be very surprising if he goes for it. He will decide against it. Mamang Daya, though, he is going to end up getting hit by that toss coming in from Buhao. And that will be a kill. Again, being found on Mamang Daya. He is 0-2. And despite of going for the brown boots blink dagger, he's not going to have the fastest blink either.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Vomi caught. Omq is just going to walk on over. Will dish out the few hits. Missed his trap there. But Boombui had enough Shadow Poison stacks. Pota almost has the Spirit Vessel. Once he has that, should be able to play really aggressive. Doesn't know that Ren is really low, otherwise he would have gone in on Ren instead. But Carstensz, they are now forced to bring both of their support heroes here. It doesn't actually hurt them to do this because their Timbersaw is solo farming, their Templar Assassin is also solo farming away. But it's actually Pota who will go on forward. Echo Slam is available for Mamang Daya, but it's actually going to be Boombui, whose disruption is going to be on cooldown. Timbersaw is going to come in. He will be able to be the big difference maker. Searing Chains used and missed. Buhao coming in from the back line has another toss available as well as a tree toss, but it hasn't done enough. Despite the haste rune there, they can't actually close out any of these kills. Great response coming in from KNP. If he hadn't come in, they wouldn't have been able to get anyone down. The real trouble, the real danger is the fact that OMQ is free farming. 5,500 plus on the Templar Assassin. He'll have a very early Desolator and may have a very early Dragonlance as well. Or maybe a Blink Dagger. Maybe he skips the Desolator in, or rather, maybe he skips the Dragonlance in favor of that earlier Blink Dagger. The multitude of ways to play around it. As CJ, was that a Boogie high five? That was. First time I'm actually seeing a Poogie high five. Interesting. Oh, Mamang Daya. Goes down again. It was a snipe. Pota trying to escape. Oh, tried to dodge out the Illuminate with his Searing Chains. It was a good and valiant effort. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get it done. Buhao trying to secure the kill will not be able to do it. The Solar Blind is, you know, a fantastic ability. Slow per 100 units at 10% slow means that you get slowed down to a complete standstill. If you try to move pretty far away, it's just the better way is just to stand still, quite literally. But even then, it's not a guarantee that you can make it out of that alive. Pota going to go for the remnant towards the other side of the high ground. Boomboy has the Vessel debuff on him. Only one more Vessel charge remaining for Pota, as he's playing really aggressive here. Once again, wants to farm up the Ancient Camp. This is what Veroja were doing last game around. I'm just not sure if this is what they should be doing this game, because quite frankly, they're not exactly succeeding in that regard. They're the Templar Assassin farming, KNP is farming, everyone just seems to be farming away. Apart from Mamang Daya, sure, he's having a rough time. He's 0-3, but even he will have a Blink Dagger up soon. And that's when it's going to get dangerous, because then Mamang Daya will almost certainly go for some revenge plays. Pota and Buhao inside of the Smoke of Deceit. Will decide to turn it around, go for a wraparound towards that bot lane, where they see the Timbersaw having that Kaya up, and that is where they want to make their move. Let's see what they'll be able to do though. As Boombui, he is going to be the first point of contact. Avalanche is going to completely whiff, and that means that they might not have any recourse. Illuminate is going to get sent out, and sure enough, they may not be, or rather, there's a toss coming in. The disruption from the Shadow Demon able to hold the Ember Spirit in place, and that turns out that toss was a huge mistake. Pota will end up going down, and sure enough, CJ will maybe able to get one return kill, or maybe even the two. That is certainly very well worth it. Mamang Daya's Blink Dagger was revealed, as he came in but instantly got trapped in that song. They should have spotted out that Blink Dagger. But the trouble is, OMQ got that refraction shot on Womi, or rather the Psyblades shot, and the 14-minute Shrine of Wisdom is spawning OMQ. Does he want to actually go for it? He will decide against it. That toss coming in from Buhao, that was interesting. I thought it was another setup, but I actually saw him toss the Ember Spirit, and I thought this is a huge mistake, but I didn't know what they had in plan. Turns out they didn't have any plan. Turns out it was just try to dish out damage and hope for the best kind of a strategy. But to be fair, it isn't a bad strategy, but it's just not effective when there's a blink from the other side. Mamang Daya coming in for that two-man echo. However, Buhao found the toss before the Echo Slam was used. So Pota, he just needs a bit of space. 2 seconds for the Remnant, cannot find it. And Beeman Buhao is going to be slowed down. Carstensz on a 4,000 net worth advantage soon enough, with OMQ ending up with a double kill, as well as that Blink Dagger that's now in his inventory. And I'm afraid for Veroja, they are pretty far behind. I don't know if they know that they're so far behind on their Ember, but their hopes are now pinned up on CJ, who has the Manta style, so perhaps will be able to carry his team, but it's going to be hard. KNP. This could be a huge kill if they can find it. Teleports are coming in from Boombui as KNP goes for the Timber Chain out, but it's going to get tossed back. Boombui, though, comes in with a disruption save as an Naga Siren. It's going to be up to Juju to land the last hit. Pota ends up grabbing the kill as Mamang Daya looking to find a return. Fisher gets sent out, just needs one more hit to be able to get that kill, and they have it nailed. They will lose their Timbersaw, but at the end of the day, OMQ got a kill. They got the Ember Spirit down. I think that's going to be worth it. It is, though, space created for Veroja's Drow. Well, this isn't effective space. Buhao will end up going down. This Observer Ward gave them the vision, shown the way for OMQ. Maybe it gets dewarded if they realize that, but it's always difficult because you never know if OMQ had a trap set over there as well. Tier 1 tower as well, and now they'll make their play towards Roshan. We'll see what the Drow Ranger is able to do when, it's time to bring the Drow in. Right now, they see the Tidehunter. Vomi is gonna go with the Ravage and is going to be able to make it out. So, okay-ish Ravage use there. And if I'm not wrong, that was the first time the Ravage was used. OMQ inside of the Roche Pit. They almost certainly will have the Aegis grabbed up.
Never refuse gold given.
OMQ will be able to pick up the Aegis. As Vomi does have the Scepter, the teleports, they are going to come in this time around. They're even going to bring their Drow Ranger. As Buhau did find a great avalanche, actually catches OMQ too. He is silenced down, shackled, and might just end up giving the Aegis up. Tidehunter, or rather the Timbersaw needs to come in, but the Aegis has now dropped to the floor. Another set of Searing Chains found as KNP wrestled up. The Gush comes in from afar but doesn't actually catch anyone. It's going to be Pota who will fall, but it's not exactly a clean entry by Carstensz. They do lose their Aegis. And it does reveal some vulnerabilities in their lineup. The Drow Ranger, CJ, continuing to farm up. This Drow Ranger will be a force to reckon with. Sure, the Templar Assassin is 4,000 ahead, which is quite massive. I think Carstensz should focus their efforts on getting on top of the Drow, rather than, you know, focusing on the Tidehunter. This could still be anyone's game. The high ground defense is so difficult to actually break. Sure, you have a Timbersaw. Sure, he has a Lotus for dispelling away the silence, the Searing Chains. A lot of the dispels that are available. And the thing is, for Veroja, they always have that song, that their plan B, to make sure they can't get caught. Pota, or rather CJ, he is gonna come in on that Timbersaw, wrestle up as well. Buhau sends out the toss. The Ravage also comes out. Boombui might end up giving up his life as another Gush gets sent out. KNP still holding on strong, will be able to Timber Chain away. But the Ember Spirit is in hot pursuit. The Timber Chain fails and the Searing Chains will be his end. However, the Lotus Orb disables the Searing Chains. CJ now stuck in a horrible position, is the only one standing, and this time around, Carstensz should be able to get the CJ. OMQ blinks in first, one more hit will do the trick, ends up with an ultra kill, and in the end, it is Carstensz who come out with the massive advantage. Tier 2 tower also to be cleared up. They got a bit too hasty on their side. They got a bit too desperate to take the Timbersaw out. And not to mention, Boombui coming in with a near perfect save for their Timbersaw. If that disruption wasn't there, I think that Veroja would have been able to take that Timber down. And that fight would have been completely different. I do think that it's Boombui who is the MVP of that fight, just by that one disruption. As Pota, he is struggling. He does have, I believe it's his Gaia coming in the courier. So, nice little damage amplification for him. But
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
still not enough.
Scanning.
Shrines of Wisdom will be collected by Carstensz on both sides of the map. Vomi unfortunately wanted to come in to secure his own shrine. Thought he was safe, but he'll realize that there is no such thing in safety against Carstensz this game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom bottom tower is under attack.
They are coming in for a wraparound. I wonder if this is going to be a true wraparound, as Buhao will just blink back, leaving Pota here. There's a Naga Siren there too. The Fissure was used on the Naga. They could have actually disabled the Ember's TP. Instead, they decide to pick up the other kill. Now, it's not as if they lose that exchange. They still pick up a free kill. But CJ did take the tower down towards, I assume, the bot lane. And he's farming up for his butterfly. In fact, is that his butterfly flying out? No, I was slightly mistaken. Pota finds Ren. Now needs to find his way out. Buhao will not be so lucky.
Dire's top tower.
But it is a quick 1-for-1. Not all that bad considering how far behind Veroja really are.
Searing heat.
Pota. Needs to be a bit careful. Oh, Mamang Daya goes in, and they will be able to burst the Ember he has flamed out, and this is not good.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is not good at all. Templar Assassin, I feel like we haven't seen OMQ for quite a while, has a Daedalus, has a Desolator, and the Blink Dagger.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is
CJ did get hit by that Atos and has no hope here. 4 heroes on top of him. As soon as CJ gets caught, it's all over. And I think that Veroja should realize this. I think they should just look to play safe. But how do you play safe, really? Pota ends up going down to OMQ. I'm telling you, OMQ's Templar Assassin, off the charts. Oh, Mamang Daya wasn't able to pick up the kill. The Mamang Daya's, the Fissure has been changed. You can no longer walk along it.
Lost the game, it's out of my mind already.
Which, to be fair, is a big change to the Earthshaker. Buhao will force stop himself out. Tiny, or rather Bumui this time around is in trouble. Is silenced down, but the heal shots coming out from Ren, able to keep him safe. Pota is gonna continue to go far forward, though needs to be very careful. They are not sitting on their high ground. They're going to end up eating an echo. And that is all she wrote for CJ. He is gonna end up going down, and they may as well now call it. CJ will just give up this game. Veroja get demolished by Carstensz. And Carstensz will now be taking Veroja to a game number 3. Certainly not what was expected from Carstensz's side. This was a very impressive performance coming out by them. Despite the fact that the game wasn't going in favor for Mamang Laya, OMQ and KNP held it together. For Veroja, I think this game did come down to the draft. A Drow Ranger in 7.40 is interesting. Not in a good way, though. I think that some other carry would have been better suited, especially against a Templar Assassin who has a refraction. But who knows? Maybe they had a plan with it, and maybe that plan quite clearly didn't work out the way that they had intended it to. Let's see though, because right now anyone can win. I think that both teams stomped the other in their own respective games that they won. We will be back for Lunar Snake Trophy to find out who the series winner is going to be right after a short break. last few remaining matches for the group stage have yet to see whether or not there are going to be any tiebreakers, but this is in fact the very last match for today at least. Between Veroja and Carstensz, the last game to decide who the series winner is going to be. Veroja come out with their famed Storm Spirit. There's been very few times where I've seen Pota actually lose with this hero. Meanwhile, they'll pick up a Skywrath Mage as well as a Venomancer. They go back to their roots with a very aggressive lineup coming out. Carstensz, they'll pick up the Dragon Knight once more, and Carstensz also come out with an incredibly strong pick for their own side. It's going to be the Lycan for KNP. He is certainly a master of this hero. And they also have some aggressive supports too. Sure, that Shadow Demon is a defensive support in the laning phase, but later on, he can make some really aggressive plays, maybe even initiate with his disruption. Lion, incredibly aggressive, right? Finger of Death is certainly going to be a valuable tool this game. Let's see how Veroja play around this. I think the drafts are pretty much even, but as far as the team fighting goes, because Carstensz are playing with a kind of split-pushing lineup, or rather split-pushing hero in the form of that Lycan, I think Veroja are better in the team fights. Just that Ravage, Mystic Flare, Venomancer, Noxious Plague, Storm Spirit Zap in with the Vortex means that Veroja may be pretty far ahead. Let's see though how things actually shape up.
Dire team ban.
Veroja ban out the Slark from their side. Interesting. Wouldn't have pegged Carstensz to go for the Slark. But maybe the Slark is pretty good against the Tidehunter, but not too good against the Storm and the Skywrath Mage. But still, both sides do need a carry right now, unless Carstensz decide to play a Dragon Knight carry. This would be a pretty good game for a Mage Slayer on the Dragon Knight. Against the Storm, Skywrath, Venomancer, good against all three of those heroes.
Radiant team ban.
Carstensz ban out the Ursa. As Veroja are thinking about what they want to actually ban. I'm wondering why teams don't actually play the Phantom Assassin against the Tidehunter. Maybe it's just because the laning phase doesn't favor the Phantom Assassin. But I would imagine with the break coming about, although they did change the Phantom Assassin, now the Scepter is the one that has that breakthrough, the fan of knives. But you can get to the Scepter pretty easily once you have that Battle Fury. Carstensz, maybe they go back to their Templar. Okay, they will pick up the Templar Assassin once again for OMQ. This is the hero that Carstensz won with pretty convincingly in just the previous game. Veroja, who do they want to pick up to beat that Templar? I think the Terrorblade is actually a pretty good option for Veroja, but you may need some carry with which is better in the mid game. I think it should just be the Gyrocopter, or rather the Gyro's actually banned. Abaddon's also banned, Ursa Troll, Juggernaut, Slark, all of those heroes banned out. Weaver is available. Even if the Weaver is really squishy against the Lion, can just play around with the Dragon Knight and the Lycan and the Templar. So Veroja, no, they will actually go for a Templar Assassin. Or rather, no, sorry, they'll actually go for a Naga Siren. This is pretty risky, I have to say. I'm not exactly too sure who comes out ahead, but what I do know is that I distinctly remember CJ playing this Naga Siren against the Templar, or rather CJ playing the Naga Siren against Yangon Galacticos, and Veroja actually won that game. YG tried to play their own Naga Siren on KSH against Veroja in the very next game against them, but they didn't actually end up winning. So I will say that Veroja, or CJ, is a master of the Naga Siren. Maybe he can actually carry his team with this hero, even if it does seem pretty hard. All Carstensz really need to do is identify who the real Naga is and just burst him down. You have the Finger of Death, you have the Dragonite, as well as that Templar Assassin. So it is definitely a very difficult game for a Naga, but maybe you can create a buffer for the Naga at the back of your, your Storm jumping in, you have your Skywrath, your Tidehunter, your Venomancer, so certainly can keep Carstensz busy with the rest of your lineup. Hmm. Let's see how it will work out.
Prepare for battle.
Womi once again to go for a tip on Mamangdaya. This is interesting. At least the good luck have funs will be thrown out by both of these two sides. At least, that's there. And I will actually adjust the logos. This time around. Oh, actually, logos don't need adjusting. Carstensz is on the dire side. So, third game in a row where Carstensz are playing the dire and Veroja are playing the radiant.
Plague our enemies.
Glorious thing.
30 seconds to battle. The battle
3 seconds remain, and Water Bounty Rune's actually going to spawn. I think it should just be an even exchange. It is going to be a 2 for 2, and this time around, no First Blood being drawn early on. We'll see how this CJ lane does with the Naga. Technically, you have that Hex, whose mana cost has actually been decreased. So, you can take one illusion out. Now, unfortunately, the mana drain doesn't actually break those illusions, so the Lion isn't as strong against the Naga as he used to be, but you still do have the Impale, which, to be fair, once CJ has some stat items going, I don't think the Impale, or rather the Earth Spike, is going to be doing too much. But let's see what this safe lane has to offer with an aggressive hero like the Venomancer. Here, I'm not too sure about this. Perhaps they can overrun Ren if he is caught in a tricky spot, but KNP comes in with the Wolves and has that high attack damage. So Juju does need to be careful. So too does CJ. I think this overall should be a lane that favors Carstensz rather than it favoring Veroja. Meanwhile, mid lane is... there's going to be a bit of a disconnect. Oh, Ankyu having a bit of a predicament as well, because I don't actually know
You thought to take
English. I don't actually know what they're saying either. I only know English, but Pota once again doing pretty well on the storm against Mamangdaya. Sure, Mamangdaya has the opportunity to clear out these 3 creeps and has the Breath of Fire debuff on this Storm Spirit. So Storm only has about 42 attack damage. Mamangdaya has 24 more attack damage, so should be able to secure the creeps here.
you a storm was coming?
Womi challenging the other side to a match of futsal. CJ to end up reconnecting into the game. As topside Skyrat's mage, this should be a better lane for Veroja. I think they have the concussive shot, they have the Tide Hunter, but it's actually I shouldn't have panned out because Ren came in to assist him among Dire, and Pota will get punished for his over-excursion. A massive overextension coming in by him. And now that the first blood has been drawn on that mid lane, this should enable Mamang Daya to continue farming up. And Pota should really slow his roll here on this Storm Spirit, otherwise it's going to be a bit of a difficult game for him. Sure, he doesn't lose any galvanized charges because you only get galvanized charges past your level 6, or you can get them earlier, but you get your first 3 charges with your level 6 outside of the kills you get before it. Topside Boombui as well as Buhao going at it against the other, but Boombui, or rather Buhao, needs to be careful. DJ. With the Naga Siren. Ooh, Impale comes out from Ren. CJ with the mana drain should be okay. I think this Observer Ward is definitely going to be the tricky thing to play around, because you're not going to be playing, you know, you're always going to be under vision, even if you're inside of your tower, even if you're inside of the jungle, because they see Juju here. This is the troublesome thing. Meanwhile, Pota has slowed down, is actually ahead of the Dragon Knight still. Certainly very impressive at how quickly Pota can actually farm on the Storm Spirit. As no one really going for any kind of kill, Boombui, his courier, is going to get taken out by Buhao. But it's an ensnare on Ren. They'll be able to take out the Lions. CJ will be end up picking up the kill. And the slows on KNP could certainly be troublesome, because KNP isn't playing a hero that picks up the boost of speed early on. He's going to be going for that Helm of Dominator, which means that if he gets hit by with the Gale and the Lion isn't nearby, CJ can overwhelm him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Vomi continuing to farm up. CJ throws out his ensnare, reels Ren in, and the Gale has actually landed. Now Ren does have the 2-man Earth Spike, but with the body blocks coming in, as concussive shot coming in too, Ren is a goner. KNP could not find the deny. Interestingly, in the previous series, we had a game where there was a deny found up by Clove, I believe, from Roar Gaming. He found a deny while there were 4 heroes on top of his ally. Very impressive by him. KNP with his high attack damage should be looking for the deny as well. I mean, he did try. We saw the attack animation. He was a little too slow with it. Cube can always block out a damage from that concussive shot, which means that Buhao may not actually skill up his concussive shot to the max. May just go for the maxing out his Arcane Bolt, but does need a point in his Ancient Steel as well. Right now, Pota is just farming up the jungle. Has the Soul Ring as well, which offers you a nice bit of strength and survivability. You know, 6 strength plus 2 armor is decent for a hero like the Storm. Once again, this time around, it's a Gale on KNP. Ren is coming in to assist, should have the Earth Spike, but CJ sidesteps it. Won't be able to go for the kill still though. It's KNP just has too much HP, I guess. 6-minute Power Rune is spawning. Boombui is there towards that top side to steal it away, making sure that the Storm does not end up with that rune.
Radiant structures
KNP. Reel in this time around. Pota is here. Hit by the Gale. No shapeshift available. They should be able to bring KNP down with one more remnant. That should end up being his end. Ren will be able to go back, but Pota is actually making his way there as well. They want the Shrine of Wisdom, but Mamang Daya is here to protect his shrine. So too is Boombui, so they might be able to protect it anyway. Ren will collect the Shrine of Wisdom. Meanwhile, the Skyraz Mage will take it for his own team. As OnQ once again continuing to farm up, but this time around doesn't actually have the kind of farm that he did in that previous game. Sure, it's still a good game for the Templar Assassin, and he is at the very top of the network chart, but his team isn't snowballing, which they were in the previous game, so it's already going to be a different game. Naga Siren is a decent hero against the Templar Assassin though. So we'll see how that one-to-one matchup fares. Dreads should be up for Pota once he makes do of these camps.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower
Storm Spirit has some insane flash farming capacity, one of the highest in the early game. There are some heroes which start to stack up once they have some items or skills built up. But Mamang Daya right now, he has that amplified damage zone alongside that dragon form. This tower should end up going down. Level 3 Worm's Wrath, and this means that the overtime damage the tower takes is significant too. Pressured down and no response coming. Pota is simply too low. He was busy farming away. Mamang Daya will end up with the tower. Pota goes for the zap in on towards Ren. It's an easy enough pickup to find. Ren should end up going down here. Now Pota needs to make his escape. Mamang Daya does come in. Shapeshift activated. Boombui is coming in to close that gap, and Pota should get a hit by the stun, but will go for yet another zap. There is a Tide Hunter coming in. CJ has the ensnare on towards Mamang Daya. The Ravage comes out, but once again, Boombui with a disruption save. This time around, they're still going to be in trouble. Boombui falls first. The Dragon form activated, and the transformation should be enough to at least take Juju out, but it is going to be overall a 2-for-1 because Ren did fall very early on.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Buhao still not having hit his level 6. Needs to wait. Pota now back to farming up. Has a haste rune at the ready as well. So perhaps he'll go back to the fountain, replenish his HP. Take a look at that bot lane where there are so many of these heroes prime to take down and just go to defend the tower. I think Pota should teleport here because this tower is full HP and that's where he is going to come. Gale now planted down on towards KNP. Shapeshift is going to come out. The Mystic Flare though, it might just be enough to take him out. KNP falls and Ren to his despair is going to go down to Pota to end up with a double kill. And with these many heroes here, they should look to pressure the tier 1 tower, because really getting kills is good, but you need to take towers down. The amount of push that's going to be coming in from Carstenz's side is going to be too much for Veroja sooner or later. And they don't exactly have too many good heroes to take towers. That's the big problem. The Tidehunter is patched, so he needs his level 25 talent for the Anchor Smash to affect building. Previously, it was level 20. Mamang Daya now has the Blink Dagger. He sees Buhao, so that should be a kill. There's a Finger of Death too on the Lion, and that is going to be the first finger death of the game. Even the towers from on the top side is being pressured by OMQ. He almost has a death. In fact, he has a Desolator. Is flying in his courier. 12-minute Deso up for a similar time to what he got last game. And this is when, or rather, I think they're going to wait for that Blink Dagger, but pretty soon they're going to start amping up the tempo. And the question then becomes, what will Veroja respond with? They do see the Templar Assassin. Unfortunately, the Templar Assassin, OMQ, has just teleported away. And with 5 heroes from Carstensz in this position, they should be looking to stack up on this tier 1 tower. And it most likely will end up going down.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Roshan also going to be up for grabs. The question is, will Veroja come to defend this? Teleports are coming in. Pota with the storm is making his way towards that position. But Roshan is already at about half HP. Most of the players are going to leave the base though. The Noxus Peak is actually going to hit the Dragon Knight. They're actually going to go for the Templar Assassin. Ravage is going to come out. His OMQ has been isolated. Mystic Flare towards the high ground in the triangle. Boomboy has no escape and no recourse for Carstensz. They simply bungle this. KNP will be able to take Buhao, but that's all Carstensz will find. In fact, Veroja realized they can just head inside of the pit to take out Roshan as it's incredibly low. Mamang Daya does not have the transformation up, so he'll need to go for a sacrificial play if he wants to still seal the Aegis. Pota will end up grabbing it though, and Mamang Daya will just be forced to watch by. This is not good. That Aegis was supposed to be the big breakthrough moment for Carstensz. But by giving up the Aegis, they're now giving up so much space to the Radiant side. Pota with an entire Aegis will have a Sanjan Kaya, and really, Veroja can choose to play this in a multitude of ways. If they can choose to use these next 4 minutes to just farm up, because surely Carstensz can't push. Really been given a new lease on life at this point. CJ has the Mantis style, is farming up for the Orchid now, and there's no way to stop this Naga Siren from farming. It really feels like they lost their big moment. They will be able to use these finger plays to make some kills happen on these supports wherever they can find them. But there might be a response coming in. Pota is here with the Storm. Can look towards going on Ren, because I feel like Ren, he was spotted out for just a second there. And Ren is going to be swatted out again. Has the impale, but there's a gush and a gale flying out towards him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're going to teleport towards the bot lane, Carstensz, and they have an Orchid up for Mamang Daya. So, remember, the Sanjin Gaia doesn't give any status resistance, it gives you slow resistance.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As Mamang Daya, he is just waiting. Shapeshift is going to come out and they are going to chase. At least Juju, Juju might just end up falling anyway. He fell to the trap. Vomi has nowhere to go. He has no one beside him, and this is as dead of a Tidehunter as it gets. It's very surprising he even chose to send out the Ravage. Pota is nearby, and you also have Buhao coming in. The only question is, can they use a Mystic Flare to take KNP out? They will certainly try, but Bimbui has the disruption save. And with that Finger and Orchid, they'll be able to take Pota down instead. The Hex also comes out from the Lion, and KNP will be able to secure the kill. Vomi still in danger as Q has a Blink Dagger. It's just on cooldown for the next 6 seconds. The Wolves are buying them the space though. As CJ has a Disseminate, Bangladaya jumps in, Naga Siren. CJ though comes in with the Song. But they should really exit because they actually cannot stick in this position or counter-initiate in any way. Ravage was used, and I think that Veroja should just have gotten back. I don't know why they chose to stick around in that same spot. CJ? Oh no, CJ able to take home Q down, and that is something that they were not expecting. Blink Dagger is of no use if you can't use it. And that is a huge loss to Carstensz. This is something, that I forgot to speak about, but Veroja actually have a 7,000 net worth advantage and have a lot of map control. It really does feel like Carstensz are ahead for as long as they're able to get the jump on Veroja, but Veroja, as long as they stick together, should always come out advantageous in these fights.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Vomi does also have a Ravage and a Blink coming off of cooldown in about 4 seconds. And right now, it is a Tormentor play. Mamang Daya and everyone actually is going to disappear from this position. Pota used all of his mana to chase after the Ancient Black Dragon. I don't think he has the mana to actually take this creep out though. Gush is going to come in to slow the Ancient Black Dragon, and that should be enough for Pota to pick up the kill. It's going to be a lot of gold going his way, 250. So even though he didn't pick up a kill, I think he got as much gold as a hero kill gives him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mamang Daya, the first point of contact with no PKB means he is just going to die instantly. Ren is going to be the second target grabbed up. Plague on him. And for Carstensz, I'm not sure what the action plan is, at least until they can get some BKBs going. It's very far away on the Dragon Knight. On this Templar Assassin, going for a BKB kind of feels like you're going to be missing out on some necessary damage output. Right now, CJ has an entire Bloodthorn. He's going to be going for that Heart of Tarask. Once he gets to that item, you're going to have a BKB on the Templar. And it just feels like there's going to be a world of difference between these two carries.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Radiant are scanning.
CJ. Has the Reaver coming in his inventory right now. Has about 2000 HP with the Reaver. It's not exactly a whole lot. You can burst through it. The only problem is you have to get through so much in order to do that. Nice Hex found by Ren. Unfortunately, it's an even nicer Ravage. Podam will end up going down still though, as Womi is in danger. He's going to try and go for the teleport out. Will be possible. And the only casualty in the end will just be their Storm. But do have to keep in mind that CJ never actually entered that fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now you can take CJ down. It's just 2000 HP you have to get through. Sure, it's a lot of armor, but you still have a lot of damage. The Desolator from this Templar, he also has a BKB to fight with.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Another Aegis up for grabs. As Roshan is probably going to fall in favor of Veroja. However, Carstensz do have a wolf inside of the pit. And they are coming in. KNP activates his shapeshift, makes a charge towards that Roshan's pit. However, the Aegis has already fallen, gone in the hands of CJ. OMQ blinks inside of the pit. The song comes out as they want to burst OMQ down. They won't be able to. He'll make his teleport out, but to the dismay of his team, he has abandoned them. KNP will go down next, and it's Boombui who's going to get caught inside of the jungle. Two heroes to fall. Aegis in the hands of Veroja. 11,000 of an advantage, and this is the big point where Veroja will now start to push.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
really feels like using the BKB has to be, it has to be a careful use. Because like we saw there, if the Templar Assassin uses the BKB, the Longa Siren can just pop the song and they can go to work on Q. While the rest of his team can't help him.
Top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mumui not going to get grabbed, but Pota has expended a lot of his mana to try and actually catch Mumui. He'll replenish most of that mana though, as the real target was that tower. It has fallen. That will leave Veroja free to charge at Carstensz, but they've KNP has ran all the way to the top lane.
Has been killed.
However, Carstensz can't actually distract Veroja from the main prize, that is the tier 3s. Glyph is going to be coming out, but CG has his creeps here. With the Heart of Taras, this makes these creeps so difficult to take down. Pota jumps in for Boombui. They want to take out the Shadow Demon, will be able to find him. And the question is, Carstensz, will they muster up the courage to actually face Veroja, or will they just give up the barracks? Turns out, they'll actually use their cunning to split push the map, disabling the creeps there, and the backdoor protection actually kicks in.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Womi staring at the trap.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Scanning.
Q. BKB had to be used in order to escape that position, but that is another 8-second BKB that was used. It's not looking too good for them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As CJ will be able to take down the tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, topside, it is a fight having already brewed up. Q does not actually have a BKB for this one, and he's going to have to be very careful. Will be able to blink away as KNP activates the shapeshift. They want to actually go for Buhao first. They'll be able to take the Skywrath Mage down. There's no Ravage available for Womi. He'll actually blink towards the other side, as Pota has plenty of mana to zap around with and just retreat back to the base. They'll actually leave. They will leave the Tidehunter alone. As CJ,
Dire's bottom tower is under
I don't think CJ can get that kill. We'll just have to be very careful and go back. The rest of his team aren't nearby.
I've been wanting this.
Q has another BKB, but needs to teleport out of this position quickly. If he falls very low, he could end up going down anyway. He does. Oh, that has to sting. He does not have a buyback, and there is no glyph. CJ, meanwhile, uses the song because he was contesting against all of these heroes all by himself. Ren is going to be the first point of contact, and they will bring this Lion down. No buyback for the Templar Assassin means their base is very vulnerable. And they're nearly impossible to defend. Boomboy is going to get grabbed up too. Disruption has been used, making him an easy target. 2v5 now. Buybacks aren't available from their lineup. Boomboy does have one, and he will use it to try and hold them in. Mamang Daya forced to activate the BKB, but they're losing KNP towards the side. And now it's just up to these two. Silence down, Mamang Daya trying to fight back, breaking the anchor, but it's Boomboy who's going to be the target. Mamang Daya will end up falling. A full team wipe being acquired by Veroja, and they'll head for the throne directly, knowing that if there was a buyback to be used by Carstensz, it would have come out by now. Q, the question is, what can he possibly do? And the answer is, it may just end up being a whole bunch of nothing, as it's Ren who does end up going down. Q forced to pop his BKB, but he is forced to just dug his fountain, but they will execute him inside of it. And GG is in inevitability, as Q has fallen once again, and KNP, he can't do it on his own. Surely not. CJ is still here, and he doesn't even care about that throne very much right now. He just wants to take KNP down first. Mirror images come out as KNP uses the BKB, so he'll be safe there. 7 seconds for Boomboy, and Mamang Daya is also respawning. CJ, though, wants to take out that throne. It is being chipped out pretty slowly, and 4 heroes from Carstensz may be available, but Mamang Daya gets grabbed up by the storm towards the side. Buhao will end up going down as CJ fights against 3 heroes all by himself. Buhao comes in with a buyback, and they'll be able to take Mamang Daya as well as Boomboy out. Throne now vulnerable. Only 2 heroes to defend this. Another anchor placed on top of KNP. And GG will be called by Mamang Daya. Carstensz will give up this series. It will be won by Veroja 2-1. And Carstensz, with only 1 series win in this current season, it is incredibly, perhaps impossible, that they actually make it into the playoffs. For Veroja, though, there is good news. I think Veroja have actually qualified for the playoffs. I will actually open up the group stage chart, and I will see Veroja have 4 series wins, so they will be tied for that 3rd place position. We'll see, because a lot of teams have 9 points in the group stage, so we'll see what the tiebreaker situation is. I expect quite a few tiebreakers to be decided, because quite a few teams will have had 4 series wins and 3 series losses, Veroja being one of them. Or actually, no, Veroja have 4 series wins and only 2 series losses. So Veroja might actually be in contention to make it into the 1st or 2nd spot in Lunar Snake Trophy. If they win tomorrow, they'll actually be tied up against Yangon Galacticos. And YG, I actually have to take a look. YG against Veroja did end up winning. So Veroja can't be 1st, but they can still be 2nd. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Right now, this is going to be it, guys. This was your host, Teltros. As always, pleasure to cast Lunar Snake Trophy. And for all of you who joined today, make sure to tune in tomorrow, as we have one of the last few matches of this group stage remaining in the current season. For now, this was it. I will be tuning off, and I will hope to see all of you tomorrow.